everybody? Can you guys hear me? Is everything okay? I'm also going to record just in case anything is happening. Hello, Shaggy. So glad I'm able to make it. So glad that you are able to make it too. Yeah, I said that, right? Right? I'm glad that you guys are also able. I'm glad that you guys are also able to make it is what I meant to say. Anyway, okay. We are going to get started in a little bit, but I do want to make sure that people filter in and have a chance to see that the stream is happening, because I didn't have as much of a stream reservation as I did last time. You guys are saying it's working. Good. How have you guys been? It's been a while. I mean, it hasn't really been a while. It's been like, did I post that Joker video last week? I don't know. I can't remember. It's been a while since an epic thing anyway, and it's been a while since like a proper video. I wouldn't count the Joker thing a proper video, you know what I mean? That was kind of a spur of a moment situation. Thank you, Anon. Yes, ma'am, we can hear you. Hello, Wash Bear, hello. You guys are gonna see me look over here sometimes. That's because that's where the chat is. So, again, I do want to give people the opportunity to filter in. Let me think of things that we can talk about before we do that. Hi, Dan. Dan has chicken strips. Oh, that's exciting. Oh, man. Guys, please don't make me hungry. Please don't make me hungry. I feel like we're gonna be here for a really long time. So I have snacks. I have a granola bar. I just had some raisins. I have some goldfish. But I don't think that I have no hope of eating lunch today until like 5 o'clock, I think. I think we are going to be here for quite a while. Love the ice cream necklace. Thank you so much, King. But yes, so let me think about what we should talk about. First of all, I am so excited because, is this your blind reaction? Yes, it is my blind reaction. It's the only thing that I've heard is I've heard some of Legendary just because it was like floating around, you know, even before this point. But it seems like the version that I listened to seems to be like missing the bridge or something. Like, I'm assuming that it's missing part of the song. So I just heard a sneak peek, but I don't actually know anything about the other songs. Yes, we will talk about Jorge's poor stream last night. Okay, I need to make sure I deal with these things in chronological order. First of all, the fan is going, but I will turn off the fan, you know, when we actually listen to the songs. That's the first thing. Second thing was something about, oh yes, this is my blind reaction. I've only really heard about Legendary. Third thing is I'm so excited because if you guys don't know and didn't watch my Warrior of the Mind video for some reason, yes, it probably was the audition take, but if you guys didn't watch the Warrior of the Mind video, I love Athena. She's my favorite character. No tea, no shade to poor Odysseus, okay? But like, I'm sure he'll pop up. I don't know, it'd be really funny if this was the only saga without him, because when you think about this in a stage capacity, the question I ask is like, when is the actor for Odysseus going to catch a fucking break, right? Because there are shows where the actors are on pretty much the whole time, but if you think about it, even in like Hamilton, right, where Hamilton is on stage kind of constantly, when the king comes and sings, everybody else kind of fucks off, right? And like, you write those songs in the show intentionally for the lead to catch a fucking break. So when you think about it, are we in Act 2? Is this the start of Act 2? Because I'm pretty sure Thunder Saga was the end of Act 1. Does anybody know? But anyway, so I guess we ended Act 1. But in Act 1, when does Odysseus get to have a break? Anyway, I'm sure that there's at least one song that has Odysseus in it. But I would be like, I'm okay with not seeing Odysseus is what I'm saying. Like, if we don't see him this entire saga, I'm okay with that because I love Athena. I'm totally like here for her, you know what I mean? I love Odysseus, but I love Athena more. And, you know, Warrior of the Mind, Monster ended Act 1. Oh, Thunder Saga was already Act 2. Oh, no. Okay, so that makes things really interesting. Oh, I didn't know that Act 1 ended with Monster. For some reason, I thought it was the Thunder Saga. So that's, like, even less of a break than I don't think that Odysseus, the only song where Odysseus might have a break. Let me think about this. No, I don't know. I don't know, bestie. I don't think he gets one. I don't think that he gets one. There's no song where he's not there. I don't think he has a break in the first act. Unless he kind of disappears while Athena is singing, but she's watching him, so I don't think I don't think he gets a break. Oh, man. Yes. Oh, that's the other thing I wanted to talk about. The animatics. Cal, why aren't you reacting to the animatics? Good question. Nobody asked that. That's not exactly what you guys said, but that's something else I wanted to talk about. I will do it at some point. However, the reason why I don't want to do it today is because, well, first of all, Jorge had an issue with his own stream last night, which made me, like, really worried. Right? So we're not doing that. I would prefer to do it in, like, sections and upload those as, like, actual YouTube videos. Do you guys understand what I'm saying? So we're not going to react to the animatics now because I'd rather have them all in, like, a complete set. Like, it's like if you buy, you know, a collector's set of something, of, like, pins or something. You don't just want the one pin, you want all of the pins, right? So, either it'll be a live stream or it'll just be a regular YouTube video or something. Like, I want to make sure that everybody gets to see from the beginning of The Horse and the Infant to, like, the end, because I haven't seen any of the animatics. You guys know what I mean? So, that's why we're not looking at the animatics today. I also feel like it'll be, like, mildly distracting. Like, you know what I mean? Like, not in a bad way, but just, if we're looking at the visuals, then it becomes a visual plus music analysis. And I have a feeling that we are already going to be here for a very long time. So I think that it's, yes, I agree with Dan, it's good to have no visual support at first. We can just sort of focus on the music and what we hear. But yes, I know that Jorge said he'll leave the streams up, so that's good. I don't know, maybe I'll make just like a personal copy just in case they disappear, I don't know. Oh, but yeah, so what I was going to say is that what happened to Jorge worried me so much that I went into the Epic Discord server and I made sure to go, like, get permission for this stream. So I do have permission. Hopefully YouTube doesn't do anything to me. The legal guy, man, Ryan, seemed to theorize that the reason why Jorge got bonked was because he wasn't talking, and you guys know I talk a lot, so I don't necessarily foresee that being the same issue with, us, right? You know, but I am recording, like, just in case, and I have a backup plan in case of, like, an actual emergency, but I do have a feeling that we will be, fine, because obviously, like, it's a bigger red flag when the person isn't talking, and so I know why Jorge did that. Obviously, he wanted to let you guys listen, but I think that that's why he got bonked. I don't know. Knock on wood, everything is okay, but if something happens to me, I do have backup plans. But the person in the Discord server said, like, it'll probably get detected, but I can just, like, you know, it probably will not take down the stream while it's live. From my understanding, it'll copyright ID after, and I can just challenge it. So hopefully, again, knock on wood, the stream does not, what is happening here? The stream does not go down at the same time. Okay, the fan is messing up my hair. I think that we have talked for long enough. I can't think of anything else that I have to say. Will you watch the live version? Yeah, so I will watch the animatic stream sometime I will watch it. It'll probably be like a regular YouTube video, you know what I mean? So I'll do, like, the Troy Saga, and then I'll do, like, the other one, like, you know what I mean? Like, the Troy Saga, and then the one that's after the Troy Saga, Cyclops Saga. Sorry, can you guys tell that I'm a little unhinged today? Like, I'm so excited I can't fucking think straight. Anyway, and yeah, like, I'll do them kind of sectionally, if that makes sense, and so I don't want to, like, skip ahead and only watch the animatics for this one right now. So I either want to do them by saga, or maybe I'll put them all together. I don't know. Why did I blank on the Cyclops Saga? That's the easiest one. For some reason, I thought there was one in between Troy and Cyclops. I gaslit myself. That's why that happened. Anyway, thank you guys for putting up with me for 10 minutes? 8 whole minutes. It's only been 8 minutes as we've been waiting for people to filter in. Also, okay, so this is something else that I want to say, and I know that this is, I don't want to say it's pointless to say, but it'll be good for the VOD. It's a little bit, like, as people come in, obviously, we'll probably have to remind them, but apparently this saga does have content that some people may find, like, triggering or uncomfortable, and so I feel like it's a good thing to, like, say that now. In terms of, like, in the Epic Discord server, they've been pretty, like, family friendly, like, that was their policy. I may talk about it a little bit more in a mature way than what they're doing. Do you guys understand what I'm saying? Like, my streams, I try to make them for everyone, but my streams are not for kids, you know, so I wouldn't say that I'm family friendly. I would say like a teen and up sort of situation, right? And so I don't know what it is. Like, I don't know what they're talking about. But I just saw them post that notice in the Discord server, so please keep that in mind if that is something that will bother you, that there was some sort of like trigger warning for this saga. And again, I don't know what it is, so if you need to specifically find out what it is, you may need to, like, look it up, and stuff like that, but I'd suggest looking at what they said in the Discord server is basically what I'm getting at. But I think that's pretty much it. We've covered everything that I think I want to. Other than, oh, the other thing is that, like, even though we're analyzing them right now, there will most likely, like, I would love it if I could do videos on every single song. Will it take, like, 4 years? Probably, because I only post one video a week, and obviously my entire channel isn't epic. Like, even if I did one epic video a week, it would take at least, like, 26 weeks in a row, right? But yeah. But yes. Yes, we talked about the stream breaking, Savannah, don't worry. I was told that we would be okay, like, by the epic people, but, like, again, knock on wood, and I do have a backup plan just in case we're not. But like I said, we are talking and we are reacting and, like, all that good stuff. So with the animatics, it may be a different story, but I think that for now, again, knock on wood, we will be okay. So we are gonna get started, and something that I'm going to do, just in case, some of you guys may know if you watch my anime reactions, my sort of backup plan here, or my frontal plan as well, just in case if something happens, is to, hold on, let's make sure that this has loaded all the way. Okay, so just in case something happens, 3, 2, 1, press and play. So we can all press play at the same time, just in case. Oh my gosh. Okay, so I have heard a little bit of Legendary, so I'm super excited, and I like, you know, the vibes of it. It's just me, oh, okay. This is not Jorge. I mean, that's obvious, but... Oh my god, this sounds so different than what I heard, like, on YouTube. Oh my god, I love this. I love the person playing Telemachus. Nice callback to, Watch Where the Birds Fly. Yeah, that's nice. I like that callback. I think that's called Odysseus's strategical motif or something. And then we also heard Athena motif right there. Oh my god, guys. I know life and fate are scary, but I wanna be legendary. I'll fight the harpies and Camavras. The minutes are even Cerberus. Okay. Okay. I have some things that I'm thinking of. There are strangers in our halls. Okay, I've heard this. 108 old faces, the men who call me small. They keep taking space and it's not much longer we can stall. Getting impatient, dangerous. Okay, I've heard all this before, so I don't have too much. But I do like that line. That's a good line. The half is strong. Come and give me the strength. Can I do whatever it takes to keep my I feel like Athena jump scare is gonna happen in this song, and that's what they were hiding. Oh, okay. It seems like they changed something here. There's like an instrumentation change. Legendary is such a good fucking, like, thesis. Like, that's such a good thesis. That's such a good line. Oh my god. Okay. Oh. Oh, okay. Oh shit! Oh no! Oh, I like this.
Boy,
Oh, that was a good.
When's your tramp of a mother gonna choose a
Oh
new husband?
no! Oh, I don't like that. Oh, fuck you, buddy.
Can have fun with her.
Oh dear. Oh my god. What the fuck?
What you gonna do about it, champ?
Is that where it ended? What is happening? Athena. Oh boy.
If I fight this monster, is it you I'll fight?
Okay, so that's interesting. That is not how I thought this was gonna go. Okay, so I won't, you guys also said the volume may be a little too low. I'll turn it up a little smidgen, but I do need to hear my own thoughts. So last time we did this, you guys did not want me to talk in between sections too much, and I will keep going. However, I do have a couple of things to say. I didn't like the legendary, that's my personal beef with this song, but that's so interesting. This did not go in the direction that I thought it was going to. But very nice, like Athena leitmotif. I like the suitors having the, I think they have the captain, 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 why did you let the Cyclops live while ruthlessness is mercy? So yeah, so we're going in. The reason why I'm talking now instead of continuing is just because this kind of changes my expectations, because what I thought was gonna happen was that Athena was gonna be like, hi, I'm here. Like, I didn't really expect the suitors to be involved in this, so like, yeah, I feel like it might be a good idea to talk about this now, because I'm like kind of caught off guard. Like, that kind of changes my expectations. So I'm guessing that the next song will be fighting the dude, and then Athena will come help. Maybe. I don't know. But let's keep going. Yeah, you guys are saying that you guys think this is the weakest song in the saga, which is interesting. Like, it proves definitely how good the saga is. I just have, like, I don't like the little dubstep DJ sort of thing. But yeah, that's just me. I do like the half the hero that you are line a lot. There was another one too that I can't remember that happens at the beginning that I'm like, ah, fuck, I wish I thought of that. I think it was like the stories line. I like that story one as well. I think it was that one at the front, but we'll talk about the lyrics later. I'm hoping that by now people have put the lyrics on Genius Lyrics so we can go take a little look-see, a little looky-poo at them, but otherwise let's just keep going. Okay, I haven't heard anything about... Oh no, so is this the suitor then? I like Little Wolf, that's interesting.
You've made your worst mistake here.
Oh.
Might be your last one too. You'll have run out of bones to break when you and I are through.
Oh, this is the suitor leitmotif. Uh-oh. This is the burn it down leitmotif one. Oh dear. I do like this though. This is interesting.
Let's see how you take this.
Oh no!
Wanna be a man and fight, little wolf, fight, little wolf, fight. What? Die, little wolf, die. Don't you know it's fight or fly?
Oh, I like the fight or flight.
Try, little wolf, try. Run away before you die.
Oh no!
Die.
Oh, Athena! Yes! Let's go! Oh my God, Athena leitmotif, let's fucking go!
To stand around, 'cause
Oh.
I suggest you fight back. Uppercut him now.
Oh!
How did I do that?
Oh man, let's fucking go!
No, I just made your thoughts quick.
Oh, that is so sick.
Oh, I like that, that's
All right,
cute.
now, let's try this again. I've no respect for bullies.
Oh!
I've seen plenty enough to truly understand this kind of feeling.
Oh, Athena, oh my God!
This dog a lesson.
Oh.
The friend of all his kind.
I have like actual goosebumps, oh my God.
All these men combined.
This is another leitmotif from earlier Troy Saga.
Show them that you've got some
Ah!
little
Yeah, yeah, go Athena, go!
one strike, little wolf.
Oh my God!
Go down with that, fight, little wolf, get up and fight.
Go back and cry in your corner.
Uh-oh.
Make sure your mother hears. If she won't choose a man to adorn her, will bring blood and tears.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Tell me, Athena, why you came to my aid.
Hello? What do you mean? What happened? She didn't say anything. Okay, yeah, Athena's vocals are crazy. I feel like, you guys can tell I only have one headphone in. I feel like that, for me, the music is sort of like, leveled at for some reason. When I put my other headphone in, it was better. I feel like that even though it was like limited or like gated or something like that, like I literally had like a transcendent experience through Athena vocals. So just so I understand, he lost though, right? Like Telemachus did not win. He lost the fight. I mean, he tried. At least he punched him, but I just want to make sure that I understand that before we keep going. But yeah, I think that Athena's, we'll have to check later when we're done listening to all of them, but I think Athena's section is, part of, probably Remember Them, or like, you know, when the Cyclops, like, when Odysseus is, like, doing the plan about the lotus and the wine. Okay, yeah, so he fucking lost. He got toasted. Okay, so let's keep that in mind as we keep going. Don't worry, guys. You guys aren't saying spoilers. I asked. Don't worry. Oh, I forgot to do the 3, 2, 1 press and play last time. I guess I'll do it this time, but, I mean, you guys can see my mouse moving, right? 3, 2, 1, press and play, just in case. Okay, Athena's gonna explain herself.
He was a lot like you.
Oh! Oh, shit! Okay, that's not exactly true. Okay. But like, oh man, shit. Oh, see, she has regrets. Oh no. Oh fuck.
Maybe we'd unwind. Maybe if I help another soul. Maybe if I helped you reach your goal.
Oh, I like that. Like she's trying to fix her mistake. Ah, shit. This is such different vocals from Athena too. Oh my god.
I don't know who your friend is. I don't know what he's like, but my time with you has been splendid.
Oh, oh my god. He's so sweet.
I've never felt strong before.
Oh.
You're my friend, I couldn't ask
Oh my
for.
god.
And so I think maybe if life wasn't spent as planned, maybe it's time that you lend a hand. I don't think you might have not.
Wait, he did the Warrior of the Mind up and down. Shit. Oh fuck, he did the thingy. Oh my god.
I know we'll be fine.
Oh fuck.
You'll find.
He's doing the same harmony as like Odysseus teaches Athena in the Warrior of the Mind. Oh. Oh. Ah, that's it. Oh my god, but that was so good. How am I gonna recover emotionally from this? Oh man, that was so good. Yeah, they harmonize so well together. Again, now we're seeing Athena sing in a very different way, because if you think about, right, Warrior of the Mind, we have like, have you forgotten the lessons I've taught you? I don't even know if I can go that low today, but like this is like, that was a bit more light and like you got to see the human side of Athena. I think that that would be very, I think that that's very interesting to see how things have changed from before and how strict she was with Odysseus compared to now, basically, right? And I also think that it's so cool how they had, like, because, okay, so if you guys don't know, in my Warrior of the Mind video, I explained this, but, and a lot of people know this because I think Jorge made a video about it too, but when Athena and Odysseus sing together, they do a little, like, I wouldn't call it a trill. It's not exactly a trill, but it's a, like, she sings mind very up first, right? Straight through, like, warrior of the mind, or whatever it is. And then Odysseus goes, warrior of the mind, right? And so I like that, like, the fine mine, right? My favorite part of that is that Athena only sings with him on maybe, like, maybe we can be friends, maybe I can be, like, she's thinking, maybe we can be friends, maybe I can be friends with him again, too. Yes, I agree. But yes, what was I gonna say? I had one more thing. Oh, yeah, you see how it's been eating away at her, literally, like, for years. I love how she says that they grew apart, though. That's not what happened. Like, you argued with his ass bestie, like, you left him in the dust, but that's, like, she wouldn't paint a bad picture of herself, right? Like, that wasn't her finest moment. I love how she said they grew apart. That's not exactly what happened, but I love how, like, it's so funny because I feel like that Athena could have came back at any time, but it's the idea that, she's kind of so prideful that, like, she's watched Odysseus from afar fall into the darkness, and she wants to help him, yet she can't. You know what I mean? Like, because it would mean admitting that she's wrong. And so there's still a little bit of, like, pride there where, because she could have gone back to, she said, this is my goodbye, but she could have come back and have, you know, been like, I realized my mistake, but this entire time she hasn't. So I think that's a really interesting interpretation of Athena's character. She feels sorry, but still as a god, she has a certain level of detachment from the rest of humanity. And so when she says these things, it's, like, she is sorry, but there's also kind of a social, it's almost like there's a social taboo around it, like a social contract, right? You, that's what I was gonna do. I was gonna moderate Dan, because Dan's already listened. Dan's already listened to everything. Okay. But yeah, like the stubbornness of it all, I guess you could say. Yeah, like the pride and the stubbornness. And so I feel like that it's, again, almost a social, like, contract or social taboo. Like, she feels like she literally, like, can't go to him because she said what she said and she has to stick to her word. And that's also sort of like an ancient Greek sort of thing, like honor and, like, sticking to what you said, right? And so I feel like that's kind of also what we're getting into is kind of like social etiquette almost. Like, it would be dishonorable for Athena to go back to Odysseus now when she was so adamant in her refusal to help him before. Even though it's the right thing to do, again, it's that social etiquette sort of, like, social contract thing. Like, she said what she said, so that would show that she didn't, her retracting on what she said would imply that she didn't mean it, when she definitely fucking meant it, bestie, right? So we have to keep that in mind as well, you know, in terms of Athena. Also, oh my god, there's 100 people in here. I don't know how that happened. But anyway, yeah, exactly. And, like, what if he, like, heard that Athena actually called him friend? Like, that's insane, right? Oh my god, I can't wait to, like, analyze the lyrics for this. Oh man, I'm so happy right now. There's so much stuff. There's so much stuff to analyze. I'm so excited. I think that one of these is definitely gonna be a main channel video, and it's gonna be soon. Do you guys know what I mean? Like, it's gonna be, very soon. I think it would either be that one, or, like, I think that Little Wolf has some potential, or, like, Legendary, because I like talking about Athena and this through line of, like, Athena's pride and how it reflects to Odysseus and that foil of it. So I feel like that after having done Warrior of the Mind, doing a follow-up song for one of these ones would be really fun. But anyway, let's go to Love in Paradise, which I'm assuming we're jumping back to whatever the fuck's happening to Odysseus. Anyway, 3, 2, 1, press and play. Oh wait, so we still have, oh.
It's been 10 years since
oh wait. What the fuck? Oh no! Wait, what? Wait. So now is she? Oh, she's looking for him. Oh, she's going through everything that, what the heck? Is she like probing his mind? What the hell?
Captain?
Oh no! Wait, but how? Like, okay, I won't think too much about how. This is like some Attack on Titan shit. If you guys know what I'm saying.
Odysseus, where did you go?
Oh dear. So she's trying to find him. That's interesting that she's actually looking for him though. So maybe I was wrong about Athena. Maybe it will not be social etiquette. Okay. So this is somebody. Oh. Oh.
She's my wife.
Okay. Anyway. Oh, I've heard this before. Yes, Calypso. Oh. 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 Oh no. Oh no, yandere. Oh no. Oh, that's not good.
Kill you where you stand. I'm no pet, I'm a married man.
Okay.
Some you may try, but last I checked, goddesses can't die.
Oh
You're
no.
adorable. Bow down now to the immortal
Oh
Calypso.
man. This reminds me of 6 a little bit. I'll explain that later.
'Cause we got all we could want here, all we could need here.
Oh
And
no.
we're stuck in paradise.
I feel kind of bad for her. She seems like that she has some sort of like problem if she's stuck here. You know what I mean?
Here I won't be drawn to love in paradise. Not till the end of time. There is no way.
You're mine.
Uh-oh.
Mine.
Cersei.
Years she's kept you trapped out of your control.
Wait, what?
Time can take a heavy toll.
Wait, what? It's been 7 years. Wait, what?
Odysseus?
All I hear are screams.
Odie, get away from the ledge.
Oh my
You don't
god.
know what I've gone through. You don't know what I've sacrificed. Every comrade I long knew.
Oh
I
no.
saw them die, and all I hear are
It will be
screams.
fine, dear. Come back inside, dear love of my life. Come back.
Oh
Paradise.
no.
Life's been hard. I'll stay inside your
All
heart.
I hear are
I
screams.
love you, my dear. I love our time here. Life would be so much
Just
worse
let
if
me
you
close
had
my
died. Please stay
eyes.
away from harm. Stay in
Oh dear. Oh, not the open arms. Oh no. Oh no. Oh shit. Oh my god. Oh.
He needs my help.
Okay! Oh my god, I had no idea where this was going. Okay, so it's been 10 years. So now Calypso has been hypnotizing him? Calypso has been hypnotizing him for 7 years? Is that what they're saying? Oh no! That's not, oh dear, okay. So I'm assuming what happened was that the first part of the song is when Odysseus first, like he washed to shore the first time. And then Calypso was like, don't worry about it. And then bam, 7 years later, right, he has woken up from like the mind control. Is that exact, like 7 years stuck on the island, but then he was hypnotized. Oh, he just kept him as a prisoner. Okay. Maybe not hypnotizing, but he sure can't leave. Okay. Just because there was something in there that kind of gave the implication that Calypso had a tight kind of hold on his mind, right? Like this entire time? Or something? In a sense, she can't leave and neither can Odysseus. Okay. So he's been fighting the need to leave and the grief. Okay, so there was no mind control. Okay, so I may need to listen to that one again. Well, we're all gonna listen to them again. But yeah, it was just weird because the time jump made it seem like that Odysseus suddenly, like, woke up, like that he was, like, jamming on the island the whole time, but then he remembered where he was, and then that's why he ended up on the ledge, like she says. She has control over the paradise. It was more her being insisting. Okay. Okay, so I think I understand. So he's just been prisoner here the whole time. I think she does have a certain influence on him. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That somehow she was sort of like, it was kind of a blanket influence or something that made him sort of like not think about his thoughts. Right? Yeah, that's why it's been 20 years for Telemachus. Oh, because he's been stuck on the island. Okay. Yeah, because kind of what I got from that, and maybe again when we listen to it, it'll be a bit more clear, because I thought it was kind of like Calypso captured him and then made him drink the happy juice. You know what I mean? Like this entire time. And then suddenly, like when Athena was trying to go help him, he realized where he was and then he snapped out of it. So I thought that's what they were going for. You know what I mean? I thought that they were sort of going for a siren-esque, sort of like Odysseus was drinking the Kool-Aid, but then when Athena found him, he heard, like, the mind, time, dive, and, like, whatever. But you guys are thinking that, basically, he's just been around. Right? And so that's like, he's just been on the island and I guess doing his best. It can be read various ways of power or her honest need for love and company. Yeah. She's not the aid he needs to aid his pain and need to be with Penelope. Yeah, you're right, Dan. So I guess, yeah, he really wants to get out. That I understand. I just thought he was kind of, again, drinking the Kool-Aid. Like, I thought that Calypso kind of had some sort of brief, like, kind of hold on him for the last 7 years, and then Athena snapped him out of it by trying to probe his mind and look for where he was. Do you know what I mean? So we'll have to listen to that again to get some, clarity, because I don't, like, what has he been doing the past 7 years? Has he been trying to appease her to try to be let go? Like, you know what I mean? It's interesting, though, about, Athena and Odysseus, because now it's kind of more equal that they both called for each other. So I don't think that the pride element that I talked about earlier, like the kind of social etiquette of the pride, is something that I was, like, you know what I mean? Because now they've both called each other, so it's kind of like an equal situation. It's not the present. Okay. Interesting. So I think I understand what you guys are saying, that Athena was just going through his memories and she was looking around. And so she jumped to that point in time. Not that it was a point in time for us. I guess what I'm wondering about was what Odysseus, I know he can't leave the island, but like, what was he doing? Was he trying to appease Calypso by like, is this a Beauty and the Beast, sort of like old Beauty and the Beast situation where he like has dinner with her and tries to be nice to her to get her to let him go? Or has he just like literally been like living in the wilderness like this entire time? Do you know what I mean? Like, I just wonder about like, what has he been doing? Like, has he tried to find a way to escape? Or did he just sort of relent to his fate? Or has he like finally realized after 7 years there's no way out? Like, I'm just kind of curious about what he's been doing, I guess. Crying and sobbing, presumably. Okay, so you guys think he has been just emotionally wrecked. And, like, processing his trauma on the island. Interesting. Because I sort of thought, oh, well, this is, like, why it's the breaking point now. It's that he, Calypso was kind of just, like, again, had some sort of hold over him, and maybe she left him alone too long or something. Like, something happened and he realized where he was again. But yeah, we don't know what his life looked like. I guess that's just my headcanon then. I'll have that as my headcanon then. That, like, Calypso somehow, like, again, sort of siren song just had a hold on him for 7 years, and then he realized where he was. Her hold on him broke, and it made him realize where he's been. In Odyssey, it says he sat on the beach sobbing every day. Oh, no! All the stages of grief and other conditions repeatedly. Oh dear. But I mean, yeah, that's also if that's what the actual play or the book says. When Calypso revealed herself, that's when the stream died? The stream died. Oh, you guys are saying, I thought you meant my stream, Dan. I thought you said my stream. Oh dear. But yeah, we'll definitely have to go back and look at the Calypso song later, because I can see a couple different interpretations. Like, you kind of have, you know, the Odysseus who totally tries to, like, ignore her, you know what I mean, and, like, just cries on the beach. And then you have the Odysseus that, like, maybe he does spend time with her in an attempt to, like, hey, like, maybe if I'm nice to you, you'll let me go, like, a kind of Stockholm Syndrome sort of thing, right? And so I can see, like, Odysseus, in terms of the 7 years, he tried a bunch of different tactics, maybe a message in a bottle, like, a bunch of different stuff. But yeah, I do understand what you guys are saying in terms of, like, he can't get off the island. It's, I was just wondering about his 7-year, situation and, like, what he's been doing this whole time, but anyway. So, yeah, and I also kind of feel bad for Calypso, because, it kind of seems like she's trapped too, like, you know what I mean? And so it's kind of like, it's not right to try to, like, abduct someone, obviously, but, I can see how that would make someone a little bit not normal, right? You know what I mean? If she's literally, like, been trapped on an island forever and, like, has no friends, and, like, this is the first human that she's ever seen, and she's like, oh my god, I can finally have love and connection and, like, a semblance of, like, family and a husband. So I feel kind of bad. It doesn't mean that her behavior is right, but she's definitely like, well, who trapped her on the island in the first place? Who's responsible for that? Because whoever did that, that's who's at the scene of the crime. So if it was either probably Zeus or Poseidon that did it, that's it's probably their fault. Like, why are you guys inflicting generational trauma onto all of your, kids? Like, you know what I mean in terms of, like, the gods, right? Because, yeah, like, you punished or whatever. You guys are saying she's trapped there because she's the daughter of Titan Atlas. It's so, yeah, like, do you guys know what I'm saying? The daughter of the Titan, like, you're just perpetuating, like, in the attempt to punish her, you're just perpetuating more harm onto other people that come across her. When is the cycle going to stop? Right? Okay, so let's tackle God games. Is this the last one? Can I check this without... Oh, okay, this is the last one. Oh, that's crazy. Okay. Anyway, 3, 2, 1, press and play. Oh, I'm ready for God games. I think that this is...
God King, rarely do I ask for favors. Now I'm knocking on your door with hopes to save a friendship with one who's a prisoner far from home. Odysseus.
Divine intervention. Is that what you seek? To untie apprehensions that were placed on that Greek. You are playing with thunder for a man full of shame.
Oh no!
The risk of going under. Why not make it a game?
Oh no!
Convince each of them that he ought to be released.
Why do we have to play games?
Who's them?
Apollo!
He killed Apollo's fucking sheep too! Or I guess he didn't do it, but...
Aphrodite!
Okay. Hephaestus, Aphrodite. Ares.
Hera! Or me.
Oh no!
What do you say?
Great.
Very well. All right.
Bring it.
Who said,
You all know I'm a fan of catchy songs, so with so many sirens gone, I
Oh
think
no!
he's in the wrong.
He's mad about
We're trying to
the...
do
Wait.
it worse. All he did was reimburse them. Now they'll tread with caution first to live another day and sing another verse.
Also, guys, I know they were Helios's cows, but I thought since they were bringing Apollo into this that they would assign it to Apollo having beef.
Trust is not given, it's forged. Why should I give in my support? He sacrificed his own cohort.
Oh,
Did
shit.
you forget they failed to listen? He was betrayed and then imprisoned. But if you make the right decision, he can still build a future with those who miss him.
Oh, I like that.
Release him.
Okay, Hephaestus, okay. I love this part.
Odysseus claims to love his mother, but let her die of a broken heart. He was busy fighting.
I have heard this before.
Busy spiting the
She's so over it. Like, I love that acting choice.
Wait. Please reconsider this.
Really, Athena? These old tricks?
Oh, okay, that's Ares.
Ares!
What kind of sick coward holds back his power while his friends get devoured? He didn't even fight Scylla, didn't even try to kill her. Hides inside a wooden horse to get the job done. Never handles things up front, pathetic and weak like
Remind me to say something about this.
Hold your tongue.
Okay, Athena.
That's my friend. And tell
Oh, no.
her that a broken heart can mend.
Wait, why was Ares shading Telemachus?
Then set him free.
That's
To
true.
get back to his homestead, he'll make everybody bleed.
Release him.
Okay.
Hey, baby. So many heroes.
Oh, what the fuck?
Give me one good reason why you should bring fame. He's got the mind of a genius. Try harder. He's pretty skilled with words. You can do better than that. He's kind of funny. Never once has he cheated on his wife.
He's kind of funny. What the
Release him.
hell? I have a lot of things to say. We need to listen to this one
Played your
again.
game and won. Release him.
You dare to defy me?
What
To
do
make
you
me
mean?
feel shame? No one beats me. No one wins my game.
What? Oh my god, are you serious? Why do you even give people the choice? You have to be true to your fucking word!
The judgment call.
Oh my gosh.
Who makes the kingdom fall? Is she dead?
What? He can't kill Athena! What the fuck is going on? I like this though. This is the same thing we heard at the end of Thunderbringer, the instrument-wise, very similar. I love the piano, it's so good. Oh, damn!
Let him go.
So they were fighting! Oh dear. What the hell? Okay. Okay. I understand why maybe they released, they probably released, the animatics to assist. The animatics would have explained a lot. Oh dear, no! They didn't kill Athena! They didn't kill Athena! No, they wouldn't do that! She got beaten, but, like, she won't die! No! They wouldn't do that! She's not dead! Right? Okay. You guys are saying with the animatics, it's easier to understand. I may break my own rule then and go look at the Calypso. Yeah, I think, no, they did not. Athena passed out. I think that she just passed out. Did they? We don't know. Surely, I mean, they can't kill her. She's the goddess of war. You still need to have two goddesses of war. I feel like that, Hera, doesn't Hera have any sort of, like, sway in this as Zeus's wife? he's pressured to render the judgment void that he already passed on Odysseus, but he didn't pass judgment on Odysseus. He passed judgment on the crew, right? Also, yes, I did see what you guys said about Jorge's dad voicing Hephaestus, which is very fun. But yeah, like, you know what I mean? And like Calypso said that goddesses can't die, right? And so, you know, that it was judgment on Odysseus's soul, I guess, but like they should be at a clean slate because Odysseus made the choice to sacrifice the crew for the crime. There shouldn't still be beef about, you know what I mean? Like there should technically be a clean slate, right? In terms of, because Zeus, Odysseus made the choice. He didn't trick Zeus or anything, so they should be all, like, even, Steven about it. Also, yes, guys, when you guys were saying the Helios thing, I know that, but because they brought in Apollo, I thought, oh, they brought in Apollo, so they're gonna make it Apollo's cows, and that's gonna be the beef. It seems like that, I didn't quite hear what Apollo said, because I was replying, to you guys, but it sounds like that his thing was actually, I like music and he killed the sirens. Oh dear. It was on both of them. I mean, yeah, like it was on, he weighed his heart. Calypso said goddesses can't die, but Calypso hasn't had contact with anyone for ages. I mean, has a goddess died in ancient Greek, like in, I'm trying to think about this. There's never a clean slate when it comes to the Greeks. Okay, so I think that, like, okay, here's what I'm gonna do, I think. Hold on. Let me figure out how I'm gonna do this. I am going to go find the animatic, but I'm not going to, like, react to the whole thing, if that makes sense. I'm just gonna take a little looky-poo so I can see what's happening, like, so I can, like, understand, like, you know what I mean? So I'm not gonna watch the whole thing. I'm just gonna, like, take a little look-see and, like, kind of, you know, slide through them, like a PowerPoint. You know what I mean? Okay, so in the animatic, you have Calypso taking him throughout the island. Okay, interesting. So I guess that's supposed to represent, like, the passage of time. Yeah, so he does say, hold on, he does say, like, under my spell, we're stuck in paradise. Like, Calypso says that. That's why I had, like, the implication that, she meant literally, like, that she was going to put Odysseus under, some sort of, spell, right, for the 7 years. Because then, like, suddenly, Odysseus is standing by the rocks, right? And so come back inside kind of seems like that, Calypso has been taking an eye, like, keeping an eye on him, I should say, for this entire time. That's why I had oh my god, interpretation, or, like, the implication that she's been kind of, like, making him drink the Kool-Aid, But yeah, don't worry, guys. I will react to the animatics eventually. Like, it will happen, just not, like, today. But yeah, the spell could be what's keeping both of them leaving, but that sounded like that Calypso, because Calypso said, under my spell, neither of us can leave. So why would she, like, her spell is more the island can be lost. Her spell isn't what's keeping them both there. That's like somebody else did that to her. She's hiding the island, but she is not, she can't control, like, she doesn't have a sway on that, you know, like, she doesn't have a sway on the power of what's keeping them both on the island. They're both stuck there. That's why it said, like, when they said under my spell, I thought she was talking about, like, some other spell, like, you know what I mean? I thought that she was talking about something different because, like, the logic of the island seems to be unmovable by anyone except for Zeus. You know what I mean? Okay, Hephaestus is, chill. I love how, like, we have Athena going to, like, presumably everybody's house. But yeah, exactly. Calypso can't leave either. So that's fun. Ares exists. Interesting. Okay, yes. So this is what happened. Let me just, yeah, the Hera Disco was not on my bingo card, guys. I did not expect that at all. But yeah, I like how they have, like, these little coliseums and these little, like, pockets. I like how Zeus looks, too. He looks like She-Ra. Okay, so Athena just fell into the void. Oh no, so she's fine. She's not dead. She's okay. Guys, were you trying to gaslight me? She's not dead. 20 years later, she was okay, right? Oh no, wait, hold on. Maybe you guys didn't gaslight me. She was going through her memories, I think. She saw Telemachus be born, like, oh, oh no, I gaslit myself. She's seeing Telemachus as a baby when he was first born, and that's Odysseus handing him to Athena. Oh no. I was like, guys, no, it's okay, don't worry about it. Okay, yeah, Athena's not looking too good. Athena's not looking too good. I don't think they killed Athena. I don't care if the light left her eyes. I don't care. I don't care if the light left from her eyes. I think that she is still, alive. Because, I don't know why. Hold on, let me think about how I want to say this. The gods represent a concept, right? So, in my mind, what I would think they're going to do is that Athena is the representation of a warrior of the mind. And so it's kind of like Tinkerbell, as long as you believe in the fairies will be living. I think that Zeus just kind of exerted his power over temporarily. No, guys, do not say denial. No, I am not delusional. This has to, I think that what it represents is that the idea of being a warrior of the mind is dead. But as soon as somebody tries to be a warrior of the mind again, she should come back alive. Like, she should come back to life. That's my opinion, anyway, on how it works. You know what I mean? On how this all works. Because Ares, like, you know, Trojan War, God of War, like, all of that sort of stuff. Like, the whole point of the Trojan War was that Athena and Ares were on opposite sides of the war, and then Troy won because of Athena, right? And so, in terms of how things work in universe, like, Athena's the representation of, like, brain, while Ares is the representation of brawn. So in my mind, you can't get rid of Athena, because then what are you doing about the concept of fighting with your mind? I think that Zeus kind of just, like, temporarily just struck her. Yeah, Athena was, like, born from Zeus's head or something, right? Also, like, Zeus is not necessarily all-powerful. Oh, you know what would be kind of fun? You know what would be kind of, interesting? Is, like, if Athena goes to the underworld, and then Hades is like, I'll help you. Because I'm, like, I have beef with my brothers, so I'll come help you. You know what I mean? So she's not dead, but, like, I kind of am also seeing this as a Gods from Ruby type thing. If the gods have the power to destroy life, they should also have the power to resurrect, right? Kind of similar, again, to Ruby and the God of Light and Darkness, and, like, having dominion over both. So, if Zeus can kill a god, Hades could presumably bring her back, so maybe that's what they'll do. Like, they'll do something like that. But I don't think that she's dead, because how does she come back and help Telemachus later? You know what I mean? Like, doesn't she come back? Like, doesn't she come back? Doesn't she come back to help out his ass, right? So I'm making a kind of an assumption, because who's gonna train Telemachus? Who is going to help Telemachus? I mean, I'm assuming a god would go to the underworld in this particular case, right? She's not in a great spot to help anyone right now. That is true, Dan. Like, that is, you're right. Like, you're not wrong. But, like, we've heard a little bit of Dangerous, right? Like, Hermes comes in to help, okay, here's my crack theory, okay? Now here's where we're getting into crack, okay? Dangerous has Hermes going to help Odysseus. So clearly, somebody gave, clearly somebody let him go over there, unless Hermes is just taking a risk, right? But, like, I kind of wonder if what they're going to do is that Hades may actually help out Athena, and then Hermes is connected to Hades, right? Like, Hermes helps out Hades, like, in Greek mythology. So maybe that's how this is all connected. I mean, Hermes also has helped Odysseus before, but you would wonder why Athena just got yeeted for defying Zeus, but then apparently Hermes is A-okay, right? So I wonder if maybe, you guys are saying he's not in the original Odyssey, so I doubt he'll be there for the epic. Maybe, but then also, like, we have Disco Athena. So I feel like anything is possible. Like, when you have Disco Athena, I feel like, or sorry, Disco Athena, Disco Hera, I feel like that anything is possible. Yeah, like, Hermes is connected to the underworld, so that's kind of my crack theory at the moment, that maybe there will be underworld versus, Greek. But, like, why would Zeus kill Hermes? Like, why would Zeus kill Athena just to go tell Hermes to free Calypso? Maybe it was a test. Maybe that's the other alternative explanation, is, like, would you really die, like, for this mortal, like, you're proving yourself? Like, it could be a proving yourself type thing. Right? Because I'm like, well, they can't kill Athena. I know that Jorge said that, like, he wanted to keep something secret all this time, but I don't think killing Athena is the secret. I feel like that, maybe it is. I feel like that Athena being thought to have died is the secret, but I don't think they'd kill her. I don't care if it's copium, I don't think she's dead. Because then how, I mean, I guess Telemachus doesn't really have to do anything. Like, I guess Telemachus, right, because by the time we get to the suitors, and, like, Odysseus coming back home, I guess Odysseus deals with the suitors, right? And so I guess that, like, you know? But yeah, I'm kind of thinking, like, if you really want to save Odysseus that badly, are you willing to risk your own life? And, like, obviously she proved yes, so I think that might be where it goes, you know what I mean? Because killing her and then being like, okay, Hermes, go free Odysseus, like, that would be a little crazy. And, like, again, she's still the representation of something. Like, if you killed Hades, or you killed Aphrodite, or something like that, like, gods who have a very specific dominion over something and need to make sure that things operate, correctly. You know what I mean? I feel like that, she can't be dead. You know, like, she can't be dead for, like, functional reasons. Who is going to be the goddess of wisdom? Yeah, like, I feel like that Telemachus, yeah, she has to come back and train Telemachus in some way. I know Odysseus, that's the thing, Odysseus does come back to take care of them, so I guess the thing with Telemachus is, like, because, okay, so here's what I thought. I thought that the idea would be that, Athena goes to, oh, let me put the music back on screen so you guys know where we are. I kind of thought, oh dear, where's the window capture? Hold on a second, guys, I lost it. Is that it? Okay, yeah. I thought that Athena was gonna train Telemachus. Telemachus was gonna try to fight against the suitors, and then coincidentally, at the exact same time, Odysseus comes back home, and he fights against the suitors, right? So that was, like, my headcanon for where we were going with this. And so, like, that required Athena to be alive and exist. The problem is that if Telemachus is not involved in that, and it's just like Odysseus gets home because Hermes helped him, and that's that, and, like, Telemachus is just sort of useless, and does not fight and does not do anything, then I guess that doesn't matter. Do you guys understand what I mean? Like, in terms of thinking about the future trajectory of the story, I thought that Telemachus would be useful, but under the assumption that Telemachus is not useful, I guess Athena does not need to train him, which means that she could be dead. I kind of feel like, does discussing the Odyssey count as spoilers? I mean, it kind of depends on what we're discussing. Do you guys know what I mean? I think that Athena's gonna be like out of commission in a physical sense, but she's basically going to mind connect with Telemachus, right? And that she's going to help them from afar. Like, she can't physically come down there and fight the suitors, but she's just gonna be kind of like in a hospital bed and chilling. That's kind of how I see it, especially because Athena has explicitly been established to have some sort of time-based power, so I feel like that her dying or whatever happened in that last scene could be something that's impacted by some timey-wimey, you know? Okay. Does anyone have any objection to me saying something very vague about Attack on Titan? Okay? I speak now or forever hold your peace. Attack on Titan's been out for a long time, though, so if anybody has any objection, please plug your ears for maybe the next, I don't know, maybe the next minute or so. I will, like, wave at the screen when we're done with that, okay? So, in Attack on Titan, I could not adequately explain it to you guys right now, but there is some, like, timey-wimey Eren talks to himself in the past, but also his dad in the past sort of situation, and all of the Titans are like, or I guess maybe it's just Eren's Titan, like Eren's particular Titan, they're all connected by some, like, big tree of life, and so Eren in the future goes back in time and talks to his dad in the past. Anyway, it's a little confusing. I don't think I could adequately explain it to you. Attack on Titan is an anime, by the way, and we know that Jorge likes a lot of anime, right? So in my mind, I feel like that Athena's time situation was explicitly inspired by Attack on Titan. Especially with the time dive. I know that there's also some time dive, like Kingdom Hearts in there, too. But in my head, I'm like, I wonder if that's what it's supposed to be, right? Like, time doesn't go slow, I just made your thoughts quick sort of thing. Like, yeah, I don't mean that she's gonna go back in time, to be clear. I just wonder if that means, kind of in a similar way to Attack on Titan, that even if she's dead, she will always exist in time. Do you guys understand? Like, it's kind of hard to explain. Like, I'm not saying that she's gonna go back in time and revive herself. I'm saying that if time could slow, she could slow the time before she dies forever and still exist and communicate with people. I know that that doesn't sound very convincing, but just, like, source dude, trust me. I suppose because, Attack on Titan does something very similar, where people can talk to each other in the future and in the past in that sort of way because they're all connected by the time. And it doesn't even matter if that person in the future is dead or not. So there goes your Attack on Titan, spoilers, right? So, yeah, like, time is always in motion. So I just wonder if that could be what they're going for. Like, don't think about it too hard. You know what I mean? Don't think about it too hard, but, maybe that's how she communicates with people in the future. Like, she's still, again, in the hospital bed, or maybe she's just dead, right? Basically, astral projection, like, yeah. Basically, right? Apollo can heal Athena since he's the god of medicine. Yeah, that's interesting too. But do I think Athena is dead? Basically, no. I'm sure that they'll do something. I don't think that she's dead. There ain't no way. Especially because you do hear her piano motif in other songs. And so I think that they'll do something. It's just dependent on what they do. I don't know. So that's, again, end of Attack on Titan. We're done. I think the shocking thing was just that Athena could take such a heavy blow, because I feel like that's the other thing, is that the gods are kind of just, they like to have fun. They like to have fun a little bit. So I feel like what I could see happening is for Ares and Aphrodite and, like, all the other ones to be like, bitch, what the fuck? You just said, right, like Athena just convinced us, and we thought that that would actually be interesting, right? Because that's the only reason why Ares and especially Aphrodite are convinced, right? Ares is like, oh, I'll get to have more fun this way. So I think that what's gonna happen is that maybe Zeus did actually kill her, but then the other gods that are there are gonna be like, well, wait a minute, how can we have fun without Athena, right? So I think that that's kind of what's going to happen, and like, so Zeus is going to be peer pressured into reversing his decision, because when you think about it, like, Ares especially, that's their whole beef with each other, is who can prove, is it mind or is it brawn? Is it brute strength? Like, god of war in terms of the bloodshed, and then god of war in terms of the, or goddess of wisdom, I should say, in terms of the mind. So I think that's a good theory, that the other gods that were there are gonna be like, well, wait a minute, Zeus, you're fucking with our fun. We just all agreed to this because we thought it would be interesting. Like, you gotta relax, sir. That's option one. Option two is the Hades route, where yes, I know that we haven't seen Hades and he's not in the Odyssey, but like, Jorge's done a bunch of different things, you know what I mean, that aren't in the Odyssey either. So I feel like that maybe we don't even need to see Hades, right? We could just, like, Hermes and them are, you know, like, Hermes and them are Hermes is our underworld representative. That could be the other explanation. But some of you are saying that based on what's said in the other songs, you guys think that Zeus sent Hermes. So I think that my first theory is a bit more, but my crack theory would be that, like, now the underworld is somehow involved, and that, like, Hades is like, okay, well, wait a fucking second. You're telling me that you can just kill any god you want? Like, that's not good. I don't like that. So that's my second theory. First theory is just like other gods on Olympus peer pressure Zeus. Second theory is that Hades is like, you're messing with the balance of life and death, so Athena needs to be sent back up there. Like, that's not okay, right? So that's my other theory, is like Hades intervention in terms of like, you're messing with the balance of the universe, stop, right? And that's how we get Zeus kind of implementing a retraction. I do agree with Dan, like, he only won because he changed the game, and like, that's not fair, that's not okay. So I'm pretty sure someone's going to object, it's just a matter of who. I'm pretty sure Athena will need some recovery time, but I don't think she's dead. So what we are going to do is listen to the other songs and also read. I would like to pull up the lyrics if we can. So guys, give me a second to sort out how that's exactly gonna work on my end. I'm gonna pull up the Genius lyrics. I don't think I did that last stream, but I think it'll be a good idea to do it for this stream, because, I could not understand. Some singing. I do have beef, though. I do have a little beef, that we'll have to talk about. I have some beef with some things. I do like all of the songs, like most of them. Or most of them. I do like all of them. I think that this is definitely my favorite saga so far, just because of the plentiful amounts of Athena that we got. I do have, some beef with a couple things, though, so we'll have to, I think actually what I'm gonna do is that, I don't know if I can put up the lyrics for you guys, because there's a bunch of, like, advertisements here, and, like, I don't condone these advertisements that are on the page. So everybody, get your second device, get your laptop, get your phone, get whatever. If you need to look at the lyrics, please pull that up yourself. I'm going to pull it up on a second tab. Like, I'm gonna pull it up for me. Yes, Jorge's stream did have the lyrics on screen, but we can't do that because, we're not looking at the animatics right now. So we are stuck. Actually, I will look at them off my phone so I don't ignore you guys, so I can still see the chat. I will just look at them on my phone, and we'll do it that way. Okay, so I hope that everybody's ready. So if you guys just got here, I have listened to the entire thing once. Also, I saw someone's question earlier about whether I changed my mind about Athena. It's not that I've changed my mind. Like, I think I was right with what I said. However, what am I trying to say? I was right about what I said. What happened? happened? Hold on a second, guys. Uh-oh. Can you guys see that? I hope not. I was right about what I said about Athena. It's just, it has evolved, basically. Like, it has changed over the moment. Okay, so let's look at, now, I want to, let me think about how I'll do this. I think what I'm going to do is listen again and then do line by line. Actually, no, I'll do line by line for this one because I already know the lyrics. It's God Games that I'm like, we need to listen to a bit more concretely, if that makes sense. Okay. I do like this leitmotif. What instrument is this? Does anybody know? Because it's kind of hard for me to tell if that's strings or if that's piano, because sometimes if you try hard enough, a piano can sound a little bit like strings. Do you know what I mean? Especially if it's kind of a more synth piano, sometimes I can get them confused. I don't know if it's a piano or if it's, like a harp or something. But, that would be piano. You guys are saying piano. It's just a very twingy? Very twingy? Very twingy piano? That doesn't sound right. But yeah, I like the idea that it's piano and strings, because obviously Odysseus is represented in terms of the instrument being a guitar, so we have a little bit of that, but then the piano obviously has some sort of connection to Athena. So I know there are strings in this song, but in terms of this piano that's coming in, it's kind of interesting that maybe, like, Telemachus uses a hybrid of instruments that his parents do. I've heard Penelope, I think, uses a harp or something. I don't know if that's true. Also, thank you so much, Dan, for coming to the stream. I hope you'll be able to watch the VOD. I'm assuming that you're going to bed or something. But yes, and thank you for moderating and all that sort of thing. But yeah, like this sort of electric piano is kind of, I think, a good in-between between whatever Penelope's instrument is. And then also, oh, it's the viola for Penelope, I think I just remembered. Yes, Puck, you are right.
Stuck in my bedroom, living in this world you left behind.
That's a very good line, I like that one.
These monsters that I'll never get to fight.
Yes, Penelope is the viola. So I feel like that somehow the electric piano was a very nice in-between between those two things. I love dreaming of all those monsters that I'll never get to fight. I'm so mad that I didn't think of it, like, you know, because I don't know if you guys know, I've talked about this before, but I'm writing my own VTuber musical, and there is a girl that is stuck in a tower, and so I'm trying to write a song for her where she also has this kind of same character arc going on where she is sad about all the adventures that she'll never get to go on, and I never figured out how to, like, phrase the lyric for the verses, and I'm like, God damn it, I wish I thinked of that. So I'm like, oh, I wish I thinked of that. Oh my god, I wish I thought of that. So yeah, very good lyric. I like that one. That's one of the ones that's very heavy hitting. Also, I like Bring the World Some Light because I'm pretty sure that's an Open Arms callback, but let's keep going.
Boy, I wish I could, so I could bring the world some light. Cause I'm stuck with your stories, but no clue who you are.
Okay, so this is, I'm pretty sure this is, what's happening here? Hold on. I'm pretty sure that this is, I think the Discord server, if I'm correct, calls it Odysseus's strategical leitmotif. So this is the same as, also, forgive me guys, because this is in a key that I don't, singing, right? So, watch where the birds fly, they will lead us to land. Oh my god, to land. Then we'll, hunt for food, my second in command. Full speed ahead. Right, okay. So, like, that's the full speed ahead, so you understand immediately, right, that Telemachus wants to do what? He wants to go full speed ahead, but he doesn't know if he can because he's stuck here, right? So that's a very clever thing, but I think that's also Odysseus's strategical leitmotif, maybe, or it's just the full speed ahead thing. Like, this is representative of him wanting to go full speed ahead just like his father did once and go on adventures. Either way, very nice.
No idea if you're dead or just too far. Somebody tell me, come and give me a sign. If I
Obviously, that's the Athena leitmotif, right?
fight those monsters, is it you I'll find? If so, then give me sirens and a cyclops. Give me giants and a hydra. I know life and fate are scary, but I wanna be legendary. I'll fight the harpies and chimera's, the minotaur, even Cerberus. I know life and fate are scary, but I wanna be legendary.
Okay, yeah, so I have seen the instrument pairing, I just forgot. Okay, so yeah, that's Athena's leitmotif in there. I don't know. That's not the piano though. Hold on.
If so, then is it you I'll find?
Where was it?
Somebody tell me.
Yeah, so give me a sign. Very nice. That, yeah, that was a nice Athena leitmotif, but I don't believe that that was her instrument, which is okay, because I think that that still invokes the idea of Athena. Athena is the one that, I don't even know if Athena's watching him at this point, but Telemachus, in his own mind, may be remembering Athena. Yeah, that kind of does sound like strumming, like harp strumming. I wonder if the implication is supposed to be more that Telemachus has this vague sense of Athena from when he was a baby, and so that's not necessarily that's Hermes, right, with the Athena leitmotif, but rather it's supposed to be like almost that lullaby-esque sort of thing, like Telemachus is wishing for somebody, like his fairy godmother, right? Like that's his fairy godmother that like knew him and held him when he was a baby, that he doesn't even know about her, you know?
Fight those monsters, is it you I'll find?
I like that. That's a very good lyric. Very good lyrics for this one.
Give me giants and a hydra. I know life and fate are scary, but I wanna be legendary.
Okay, so here's my first, I don't want to call it beef. I was so confused when you said leitmotif because of the pronunciation. How do you guys say it? I mean, leitmotif, right? Leitmotif. There's leitmotif, you can say leitmotif, but if you say leitmotive, that's where we have a problem. So, leitmotif, I should say. Okay, so here's my, like, one thing about this song, I guess, and this is even something I was thinking of if I were to write a video script about it. I don't know how I feel about I know life and fate are scary. I don't know about that one. I guess it depends on how young Telemachus is supposed to be, but he's supposed to be 20 years old, and so I feel like that may be a little bit too childish for him. Not the scary part. That's not exactly what I wish they had said. I know fighting fate is scary, like as in fighting his own fate. Like it seems like he's fated to be stuck here, yet he longs for more. I wish that they said that instead of life. You know what I mean? Because life is just so vague. So I wish they had said, like, I know fighting fate is scary, right? Because that kind of sounds like something that a child would say, and I know that he has a sheltered upbringing, but, like, he's also 20 years old, so I just feel like we could do better in there. It's not the scary part. It's just the life. It's just life. But yes, what was I saying? Yeah, so it's just, the life part is what bothers me. And I know, like, again, he's sheltered, but it's not even, like, I don't know, he's sheltered, but he's still a prince, so he should be intelligent, and life just feels a little too vague. I like the idea of fighting fate because it invokes the idea of fighting against his own fate. I do think life is scary. Oh no, I know, it's not my issue, guys, isn't that the idea that life is scary. Life is definitely scary. It's like the vagueness of life in like a lyrical context, because is life what is scary, or are the suitors, is that what is scary? You know what I mean? Like, I feel like that fate is intertwined in life, and so we could have just stuck to fate, because fate is how your life will go and it's all encompassing, whereas life is scary, like that's kind of vague, as opposed to like war, right? Like, so it's not that I have a beef with the word usage of scary as opposed to something else, and obviously scary and legendary I think kind of probably slant rhyme, so that's fine. It's more like I could have seen war and fate, or like, again, I like fighting fate because it has the alliteration. So that's just something that, like, again, what's nice about the epic is that, like, it's a concept album, right? So that's something that I would probably suggest get a little bit smoothed out. Kind of like what I said about, if you guys watch my Warrior of the Mind video, how Athena kind of repeats the same, like, information. How she's just like, oh, God, why can't I remember the lyric all of a sudden? She's like, don't forget that you're a warrior of a very special kind. Or, like, whatever it is. I had suggested something else. Light up the world and your own blaze will burn you blind. Don't forget that you're a warrior of a very special kind. Or like whatever it was. I can't sing it right now. She's way too low for me. And so I had suggested, okay, well, we don't need to know Odysseus is special. We already know that. That's what the entire song is about. What is your actual beef, Athena? And so I had suggested a lyric change for that sort of vagueness reason, or like repeating the same information reason. And so I feel like that this could be changed. I like fate. I like fate, and I like the idea of the scariness of fate. But I don't know if I want life. I want a word that's more specific. Like, obviously ruling doesn't fit, but like the idea that has to be a leader, like being a king and like all of that stuff. So that's just the one thing where I'm like, I would want that to be something, a more specific word as opposed to just life. Like, what is it about life? Is it being a good ruler? Is it being a good son when you didn't even know who your father was? Like, it kind of that Aladdin 3, like, a father's a man who taught you who you are. Mine was never there. Right? That Aladdin says, like, that is something that I could see. Like, we can dig into it a little bit more. What is he afraid of? Not being able to be a good man because he never knew his father? Like, that's kind of where we're, you know, sinking our teeth into the thesis, or, like, the concept, right?
Fight the harpies and command brush. The minutes are even Cerberus.
I don't really care about the slant rhyme, by the way, with Cerberus and the chimeras or whatever, I think. I don't like the legendary, though. I don't like it. I'm sorry. I thought that they were gonna take it out. I thought it was just something that Jorge did. I don't like it. Anyway. But, okay, I will say that that's also kind of like a personal thing. I don't like when songs are interrupted, and I would kind of count that as like an interruption, right? I hope, can somebody edit the song and just put the legendary that happens later on top of that one for me? Like Calxiyn's version. Prophets are a whole deal in most Greek tragedies that establish how the Greeks are fighting fate is impossible. Yeah, exactly. I know that that's like a concept. I mean, that's a concept that the epic has also like established, right, a couple times, in terms of like Odysseus never really ran away from his fate in terms of killing the infant. Like, yes, he killed the infant, but the infant still haunts him and has ruined him and has destroyed him as Odysseus, like Odysseus as we know him. Girl, he's not cooking. What do you mean? I mean, that's just a personal thing with the legendary. Like, I don't like when songs have like interruption like that. You know what I mean? That's kind of like for a joke. I'm like, let's all be serious. But yeah, I know that, again, fighting fate is not advised. But that doesn't mean he doesn't want to try. You can still want to, even though it's a bad idea. Because in this case, fate wouldn't be like divine fate. It would just be like the fate as in your fate. You know what I mean? Like, he wants to change his circumstances in his life. He's not trying to like square up against the fates and change like what they have already written into stone. But it's kind of like, you know, the fate that he has here. You hate fun? Yeah, I do hate fun. I hate it when it's like annoying. You know what I mean? Like, kind of, did you guys watch Has Been Hotel, like with Mimsy? Everybody hates the Mimsy interruption that happens in the Alistair versus Lucifer song. And there are so many edits where they cut it out, like the song, but Mimsy doesn't interrupt. That's kind of why, in a musical theater context, I guess it's okay where you're only going to be in the theater once. The problem is that when you are in a soundtrack context and you listen to it over and over again, that interruption becomes a little annoying. Yeah. It is kind of giving the how do you do, fellow kids. Facing it is scary. Oh, okay. So maybe what I would suggest then, that's an interesting idea. Like, I would say, I know facing fate is scary, but I want to be legendary. Like, facing fate sounds better than I know life and fate, right? So I kind of agree. I agree with, I agree with Camilla. I think that that would be a better solution then. Mimsy's way worse. Oh no, that's like the issue magnified to like 100%. That's like the worst representation of the problem, you know what I mean? It's not that bad in this song, no. For Greeks, your fate and the fates designed for you, designed for your life are one and the same. I guess, here's how I'll try to explain this, Enrique. I'm not disagreeing with that. What I'm saying is that Telemachus wants to break out of his circumstances in terms of what other people believe that they are, not what the actual fates have set out for him. I think that he believes that fate has set out for things to be better. It's the suitors that are holding him back from like this life of adventure that he wants. You know what I mean? So I guess I should rephrase myself, because when we talk about fate, as in like, you're like, Calxiyn is fated to never get cast in a show and to never get a job. Like, that's kind of different than, like, you know, that's a belief about a circumstance versus the actual trajectory. So basically what I'm saying is that it's not that Telemachus wants to square up with the fates as in the Greek fates. He believes in their path. He doesn't think that they're wrong. It's that he thinks that the suitors are in the wrong for not believing that there's more to him. And so it's the fate that other people believe that he has versus the one that he thinks is actually designed.
She is standing tall.
Also, I like the thing about the mom. Very nice.
The men who call me small.
I like that.
They keep taking space and it's not much longer we can stall. Cause they're getting impatient.
And I like this.
Dangerous too.
This is a good
I
line.
would fight them if I was half as strong as you. Somebody help me. Come and give me the strength.
I'm semi-surprised
Can I do it?
there's not another Athena thing there, but
Whatever it takes to keep my mom safe. If so, then give me sirens and a cyclops. Give me giants and a hydra. I know life and fate are scary, but I wanna be legendary. I'll fight the harpies and chimeras, the Minotaur, even Cerberus. I know life and fate are scary, but I wanna be legendary.
yeah, see, I like just the sung legendary. But yeah, that's why facing fate does apply to facing life. Yeah, exactly. Like, so it's all encompassing. That's why I would suggest, again, like, if somebody was like, Calxiyn, I have paid you to consult on this, what, like, feedback do you give me? Which I do offer, by the way, if anybody's curious. That is something that you can do if you want me to look at your lyrics and, like, not fix them. I'm not gonna go in and rewrite them for you, but I will tell you, you know, places that I think you can improve and give suggestions. I talked about that in the Warrior of the Mind video. That is something that I will do if anybody's, you know, interested out there. Because I need a job. Anyway, so, yeah, that's kind of the reason why I would suggest, I know facing fate is scary, right? Because it's not just about life. And, like, what's interesting, and I kind of wish that they hit on this a little bit more with this one, is, like, he's saying, give me the monsters, but, like, it's not the monsters. It's the suitors. You know what I mean? Like, maybe the monsters would prepare him to take on a human enemy, but I think what's interesting, and hopefully they hit on it eventually, it doesn't necessarily need to be hit on in this song, but I think there's something interesting in the sentiment that it's not the monsters he has to worry about, it's other human beings. And so I wish there was a little bit more of that in there too.
Where is the man who loved you to wife? Oh.
Yeah, so this is, Captain, I think so. It's just played on, I don't know, maybe a triplet or something. Like, it's like, where is he, is like, Captain, but like with a before. I think that is he is the captain, right?
Where is he? Where is the man with whom you'll spend your life? 'Cause it's
I like their lines, that's interesting.
and we still have no king.
Give me a chance, a single opportunity, and I'll overcome these obstacles and scrutiny. And
Boy.
I like that Telemachus. Doesn't he call the suitors monsters at some point? Maybe he does. Hold on. Oh, he does say, I'll fight this monster. Like the monsters that's right in front of it. He does say that at the end. If I fight this monster, is it you I'll find? I do wish, though, that they went more in detail. You know what I mean? But yeah, I think that you guys are right. It is still in there. It's definitely still in there. I just wish it was more, like, I wish, in terms of, like, the opportunity thing, I don't know, I wish he had more of a bridge, I guess, is the best way I could explain it. I wish that he had more of a bridge, like, with the, because I like opportunity. I love I'll overcome these obstacles and scrutiny. I think that that's good. I wish that they, like, brought it up as more of a big thing. Like, oh, I've been fantasizing about going off on an adventure, but, like, the monsters are here. The monsters are calling from inside of the house.
When's your tramp of a mother gonna choose a new husband?
This was crazy.
Why don't you open her room so we can have fun with her?
What is that? That's a leitmotif of something. Let me listen again.
And I'll overcome these obstacles and scrutiny and boy. When's your tramp of a mother gonna choose a new husband?
That sounds so familiar. Somebody help me. No, not Polites, sorry. With the Cyclops, I'm thinking of the Cyclops. Was this, like, you killed my sheep? Like, was it one of those ones? Is that the leitmotif? Was it what in the sheep section? I'm gonna choose a new husband. That sounds so familiar. Somebody send help. But yeah, I do like how it changes at the end. But I wish it was just more, especially because they do repeat the chorus twice. So I feel like that what they could have done was change it in the chorus. Yeah, different beasts now. Yeah, okay, yeah, you guys are right. It was not the Cyclops, it was different beasts now. When's your tramp of a mother gonna choose a new husband? It was in there somewhere. Yeah, I think it was in different beast. We are a different beast now. We are the one. Oh, wait, hold on. We've been away from home for 20 years or so, or 20 years or so, 12 years or so, right? So I think it's, mother gonna choose a new husband. It's like the, we've been away from home for 10 years or so, or whatever. I think that it's one of those ones. I think it is in different, grab the sheep and away we go. It could be that one too. Ugh. I hate not knowing. I hate being unsure. I think it definitely includes the element of something. Oh, no. Was it? Oh, you know what I think it was? Actually, I think it was Odysseus saying, you pretended to be my wife, so I just played along. Like, I think it was that section. I checked your words and phrases, scanning for information. Are we done listening? No, we are going through the songs in a very thorough capacity right now. So, if you're asking about the full reaction, yes, but in terms of, we are going through each song one by one at this point. So, yeah, I think that what the reference is, when's your tramp of a mother gonna choose a new husband, has to do with, when Odysseus is like, what is it? Sirens know about every route in Horizon. It's like that one. Like, it's related, to what Odysseus, does against the Sirens. Okay, we figured it out. Good job, everybody.
Why don't you open her room so we can have fun with her?
Oh, dear.
Dare call my mother a tramp.
Oh, my God.
I just did. What you gonna do about it, champ?
I like this guy's voice. He is very evil.
Somebody tell me.
I like the strings. Very nice.
If I fight this monster, is it you I'll find?
I have to leave, but I'll come back for the VOD. Thank you, Shaggy. But yes, so I guess I like this song, guys. Please don't get it twisted. The only things that I have beef with, like I said, I know life and fate are scary. I know facing fate is scary. That was a very good suggestion, chat, that we brainstormed together. The other thing is that we do have the chorus repeat twice, and it doesn't really change that much, right? So, like, in a Broadway sort of setting, what I would do or, like, want to suggest is that we take the second time the chorus is in terms of like the melody, like in terms of how it's sung, and put it where the first chorus is. And then we kind of like shuffle some stuff around. So when we hear the chorus again, it's talking about the men being the monsters instead of just repeating the thing about the sirens and the cyclops again. You could even do it like a forget about the sirens and the cyclops vibe. Obviously, I wouldn't use that as the lyric, but like screw that, the monsters are right here. So I think that, like, you know, when Jorge has repeated the chorus before, in other songs like Warrior of the Mind, they have some sort of melodic change that makes it worth it. I don't know if repeating the chorus twice in this song is particularly worth it, so something that I would recommend, or like for you guys just to keep in mind as you're, you know, going off writing your own songs or whatever, it would be better to have the chorus repeat but with changed lyrics to either reflect the fact that the suitors are now coming in. So like maybe I would switch it so like the suitor incident would happen, right? Like, I just did what you gonna do about it, champ, and then we would have, there are strangers in our halls, like this is Telemachus thinking to himself. Like, maybe I would just restructure it, so then we can get the chorus being like the last, there are strangers in our halls after Antonius, is that how you say his name? He asks, like, what are you gonna do about it? Then Telemachus in his head are thinking, there are strangers in our halls. My mom is trying to do her best. Like, can I keep my mom safe? So he's asking that in regards to Antonius clearly, like, establishing a challenge. And then you would have, like, you know, some sort of change of the course that reflects the fact, like, you know, I'm gonna fight this monster that's particularly right here. So that's just, like, some restructuring. Do you guys know what I mean? So, I know that you guys can't see the lyrics, so it's probably a little bit difficult, but we have verse, pre-chorus, chorus, and then we have what are you gonna do about it, champ, and like that whole incident. Then we have there are strangers in our halls, and then that question, like, can I do whatever it takes to keep my mom safe, makes a little bit more sense, because he's been directly challenged by the suitors coming in. And so then we end with a newly written chorus, and then the sentiment of somebody tell me, come and give me a sign if I fight this monster, is it you all find? So we would just kind of shift things around a little bit. I do really like this song. I just think that we could have cooked more. I think that we could have cooked a little more, especially with like Telemachus's angst. I would have really liked that, like, your father's a man who taught you who you are, mine was never there, like, vibe a little bit more. So maybe a bit more of a substantial bridge could have helped. So yeah, I do like this song. I like the vibes. I like the Disney princess of it all, but that's like the one thing where I'm like, I think that we could have cooked slightly longer, because the suitor interruption wasn't necessarily worth the secrecy, you know, because I had heard some of this song before. Like, the suitor's interruption was not the big thing that I thought that they were hiding, if that makes sense. Oh my god, Antonius, maybe, okay. Well, we'll try better next time. Okay, let's listen to Little Wolf now again, because this is the one where I hadn't... Ah! Bestie, what are you talking about? Let's refresh. But yeah, I'd give Legendary, like, need some slight lyric changes, but, like, obviously still very good.
Fight, little wolf, fight, wanna entertain me. Fight,
I like bite, fight, strike. That's nice.
strike, little wolf, strike. Wanna be a man then. Fight,
Yeah, because, like, that's the thing, right? He says, wanna be a man, right? And so, like, you could claw into that more, I think, if in the last song you have a bridge that talks about Telemachus' angst a little more, right? Because, like, they're challenging this idea. It's like, the thesis is there, we just haven't quite fully realized it yet. Like, that would be my, like, complaint, right? Because it's happening right here, I can see it.
fight. You've made your worst mistake here. Might be your last one too. You'll have run out of...
This is the suitor motif, right? This is like when they have the other song where they're like, burn it down or something. I can't remember what it, they say something like, I'll take his life and his boat or something. Like, they have that line where they're all saying, do you guys understand? Which one am I talking about? Why am I suddenly blanking on the lyrics? Usually I remember them so well. Where is it? Song was this? Oh, Hold 'Em Down. Hold on. Okay, so this is a foreshadowing to Hold It Down. Hold us down while the throne gets colder. Hold us down while we slowly age. Hold us down when the boy gets bolder. Where the hell is our pride and our rage? Yeah, that's the one, right? I think that, hold on, so let me listen to this again. I'm trying to have it in our head.
You've made your worst mistake here. Might be your last one too.
Yeah, so this is like a modification, right? Like, this is supposed to be a modification of that motif, I think. Like, don't you know the prince is not around? I heard he's on a diplomatic mission, and I heard today he's come back to town, so... Right, like, I think that, like, it's just modified in some way, but, like, the intricacies in terms of how it's modified, like, I would have to, like, play them on the piano. I can't exactly tell at the moment. It's definitely, they're connected.
You've made your worst mistake here. Might be your last one too. You'll have run out of bones to break when you and I are through.
Damn, that's such a badass line. See, because he's talking about it, right? Like,
this cruel world doesn't give out presents just for being good.
yeah, like, this is like, that's a thesis. Like, I'll teach you the lessons that your daddy never could. Like, that, so that needs to be something that is established a little bit more in the last song, because then it'll hit a lot harder in this song. But this is good. I really like this. I like this, whole chunk. That's really good. I don't like the might in this line. Might be your last one, too. I kind of see that as that Telemachus could make more mistakes because they're not gonna kill him, right? Like, it might be, he's just trying to psych him out. Like, they're not actually going to kill him. You know what I mean? Like, because they can't. Like, that's gonna cause a diplomatic incident. I understand what you guys are saying, though, in terms of, like, Antinonius does not sound like that he would say that hypothetically. I think that he's saying, if we both fight in combat and you happen to die, oh well. But he's not actually trying to kill him because that would cause, like, an actual problem. So, like, that's how I sort of see it, if that makes sense. It's not that he's like, oh, well, I might kill you. He's like, you know, we're actually fighting, and we're both consenting to fighting. So if I kill you, technically, if it happens, like, we both agreed to fight, and so therefore I won't get in trouble, but, like, I'm not really trying to kill you right now. I'm just trying to teach you a lesson. That's kind of my interpretation. Intimidation, yeah, basically. Pretty sure breaking all his bones would kill him. I mean, it could just put him, like, in, like, the hospital. You guys may be right, though. That may be a weird sort of, like, filler word. Excuse me. That may just be a filler word thing, but I could see the use case through it. Like, I could see the use case for it in the sense of, like, well, I might kill you. We'll see what happens. You guys are saying they should change it to will? That's interesting. I could see a case for that. I could see it going either way. It depends on how well you argue it in the rest of the song, but I think you guys are right. You know.
This cruel world doesn't give out presents just
that's a good line. See, so that's why Warrior of the Mind needs light up the world and your own blaze will burn you blind. Don't forget that you're a warrior of a very special, wait, hold on, that was the real lyric. Light up the world and your own blaze will burn you blind. There is wisdom in discerning being good and being kind, right? And so I feel like that, like, that's why I suggested the idea that Warrior of the Mind needs, like, a teeny tiny lyric rewrite, because we really do need to establish Athena's thesis, and that her beef with Polites is that she thinks that Polites' philosophy that she tried to send, that he tried to convince Odysseus of is bad. So I feel like that this cruel world doesn't give out presents just for being good would have worked would have really fucked if we had that Athena line change, right? Because there is wisdom in discerning being good from being kind, right? Like, that would be a nice kind of connection, right? So if you guys haven't seen, this is basically me shilling my Warrior of the Mind video, because I kind of hoped it would do better than it actually did, because of how the streams went. So anyway, you guys can go check that out for my argument for a lyric change there, but yeah. This is a good song.
Let's see how you take this.
I like the suitors in the back too.
Fight, little wolf, fight, little wolf, fight. What? Die, little wolf, die. Don't you know it's fight or fly, little wolf, fly. Or because you had to try, little wolf, try. Run away before you die, little wolf, die, little wolf, die.
Okay.
Need some help?
Now we're getting into what really fucks about this, which is Athena.
What's going on here?
That's like the fastest we've ever heard it, I think. Like, I think that's the fastest we've ever heard Athena's leitmotif.
Is your plan to stand around? Because I suggest you fight back.
She's hilarious.
Uppercut him, now.
Whoa. How did I do that? This time now moving slow.
No, I just made your thoughts quick.
Whoa, that is so sick.
I don't mind that is so sick. Some people may hate it, but I'm not a hater. I will not be a hater for that today. I think that it is cute. But yeah, I really like Athena's interjection. It's very similar to Warrior of the Mind, but I think that the way that they're playing it here is actually the Athena, have you forgotten the lessons I've taught you? He's still a threat until he's dead. Like, I think it's that one. I think that that's the one. It's happening, I think, maybe in the triplet way that it happened in that song. And so I feel like that's maybe to cultivate the sense of urgency here. You know what I mean? I think that she has her more like how should I explain this? Athena in Warrior of the Mind is like hopeful, but then Athena during the Cyclops incident is very like it's harsher. She's being more ruthless, right? And so I feel like that with Athena and Telemachus here, this is supposed to represent that she's still ruthless right now. She's just trying to use her ruthlessness in, like, a good way. She is using ruthlessness, but in a way that she cares about Telemachus' safety, not that she's just detached and cold. So it's that same ruthlessness as before, but it's being applied to Telemachus' enemy, right? So I feel like that's really good.
All right, now, let's try this again. I've no respect for bullies. Those who impose their will. I've seen plenty enough to truly understand
this is so good.
Let's teach this dog a lesson in front of all his kind. One young wolf has a larger heart than all these men combined.
That's such a good set of lyrics for a couple reasons. First of all, does this not foreshadow the incident with Zeus? Because what was Zeus doing if not bullying, right? In terms of trying to get Athena to back out after he had, obviously, like, he made a promise to her and he's trying to retract it, right? So I'm sure that she's talking about human people, like, as well, but I think that it also foreshadows the conflict with Zeus and why she decides to stand up to him after all. I like that one young wolf has a larger heart than all these men combined. I wonder, hold on, let me think about this. Don't forget that you're a warrior of a very special kind in front of all his kind. I don't know if this is exactly taking the Warrior of the Mind leitmotif, but like, I like combined and then kind because it's a callback, at least, to Warrior of the Mind. Like, she's not saying that Telemachus is one, but, like, combined makes you reminisce about Warrior of the Mind, and it kind of has, like, the subtext of alluding to, like, that's what Athena thinks that he could potentially be. You know what I mean?
Let's teach this dog truly understand this kind of respect for bullies. Right now, let's try this again. I've no respect for bullies. Those who
like, guys, is this still the different beast leitmotif? Because I've no respect for bullies sounds very similar to something else. I don't know. Let me look at the Genius lyrics so I actually know what they are. We filled our ears with beeswax. That's how we resist your song. Yeah, I read your lips and phrases, scanning for information. It's in the same chord, very interesting.
Now, let's try this again.
I've no respect for bullies, those who impose their will. So that, and then something like, could it be? I read your lips and phrases. Well, that's just me putting the lyrics on top of, the melody. I read your lips and phrases, scanning for information. I think that's what it is. Anyway, guys, I think it's all connected. I don't think that it's the exact same copy and paste, but I do think that it's, like, related. I do think that it's supposed to be that this is, like, the different beast motif must be some sort of, like, representation of ruthlessness. Yeah, singing sailors to your doom. Like, is it like that? Like, and it's hard for me to tell because the problem is that Odysseus is in a lower register, so I can't exactly, like, I can't peel it out of my mind and then apply it to Athena, but yeah. To impose their will. Sailors to your doom. Like, it could be, maybe. I think it could be the same.
I've seen plenty enough to truly
Understand his kind of film. Like, you pretended to be my wife, so I just played along. Like, I wonder if it's the same melody line, it's just in a different kind of key, right? 'Cause, like, the filth little trill sounds like, you pretended to be my wife, so I just played along.
Let's teach this dog a lesson in front of
Oh, yes, you guys are right about,
hold on.
you guys are right about the dog versus wolf thing, by the way. Like, that's a very good observation. Like, there's some of Survive in there. Okay, so you guys think that there's some of Survive, too. Yeah, because 4,000 lives at stake. I've no respect for. That's one life to take. Journey's over. No dying here and now. I've no respect for bullies. I think that they're, like, related. I think that you guys are right. I think Survive is also in there. I guess Survive is probably the first indication of a ruthlessness leitmotif, where the characters are being explicitly ruthless, and so therefore we see it again in different beasts, and then we see it again in this song, and then we see it again in the Suitor song. Like, there's some sort of tangential, like, connection. Let's teach this dog a lesson. I read your lips and phrases. Yeah, I hear it too. I think it's all connected. I think different beasts survive, maybe probably also remember them, and then this song, like, it's all related to each other, which is crazy, and I'm like, see, I'm usually very good at being able to pick up and compare the melodies. Part of the problem is, the fact that Odysseus sings so much lower, it's hard to compare him in my brain to Athena. If they were actually side by side, it would be better. You guys also think that, maybe that they're in the fight scene melody, which I would have to listen to, like when it's just the instrumental. Well, I think combined is definitely warrior of the mind, combined. Like, I think that those are definitely the same note. I don't know. Fact check. Someone fact check.
All these men
Combined, warrior of the mind. Mind? Yeah. I once did a big chart of every epic song referencing another song. Need to add the Wisdom Saga too. Oh, are you the person in the Discord server? Because I've been looking at that chart. If you're the person in the Discord server that's been making the chart. But yes, I look at that all the time because, you know, for my videos, I'm like, I need to double check. I need to see if somebody else thinks that I'm crazy or if there's validity to this. I think combined is definitely the same note as the Warrior of the Mind note, which makes a lot of sense to me because I think that this is related to, like, in front of all is kind, and then combined obviously invokes the Warrior of the Mind. I'm not in the Discord, but maybe I should join. That's hilarious to me then that two separate people have made charts. Do you know what I mean? Like that there's two people that have made a chart of every musical reference. That's crazy. Ah, that's so nice. See, this is the proper way to repeat the course again. This is so good. Oh my god. I would give her everything. See, and then I would have to wonder if fight is also in Warrior of the Mind. Fight, Warrior of the Mind. I don't think it's exactly the same. I think it's just supposed to invoke the trill. I don't think that it's supposed to be the trill. Also, I know it's not a trill. I don't remember what to call it instead. But yes, there is a chart in the Discord server that a bunch of people work on, which may be a good resource. I'm sure it's not done though right now. I'm sure they're like actually working on it. So maybe if I cover these songs, or I should say, when someday I cover all these songs independently, I will make sure to look at the chart and so we have some accuracy in terms of the leitmotifs we're picking out. Because I have to say I'm not like 100% confident. I'm like, I don't know. I'm like, there's something happening here. For sure, but like I would need to like spend like at least an hour comparing the pieces to each other, and we don't have time for that. So this is just my best guess as what's going on, right?
Oh, maybe I pushed you a bit too hard.
Ow. Go back and cry in your corner. Make sure your mother hears. If she won't choose a man to adorn her,
he's so creepy. Oh my god. See, and this is interesting, because this kind of reminds me of the end of Thunderbringer a little bit. Not entirely. Okay, so Little Wolf, I think Little Wolf is solid. I don't think that there's anything that I'd want to change about this. I think that we're good. I just think that maybe the stuff in Legendary should change to facilitate the thesis of what's going on in this song a little bit better. But I love this song. I think this is so good. It's gonna sound so good with my headphones on, like when I'm not listening to my shitty earbuds. Okay, so I know that there's like 200 of you guys here, and I would hate to make you guys wait. However, oh, okay, we're down to 100 now. Luckily, I'm only disappointing 100 people instead of 200 people. Okay, so I need to use the bathroom badly, so I will be right back, and then we will continue. Let me see, what's this? Oh, that's Has Been Hotel. That's not right. I'm trying to find my Be Right Back screen. I may not have it. Hold on a second, guys. I don't know if I can add this without, like, revealing personal information, but I'll try. Starting soon? That's not right. It can't be starting soon. It has to be right back. I don't want people to think that I left. You know what I mean? If I were a picture of my own Twitch assets, where would I be? Sorry guys, you guys may just need to suffer and tell people that, I will be back, because I cannot, I do have one, I just can't find it. Maybe if I look up Twitch, it'll pop up? Hold on. Okay, that's a Twitch graphic that's not helping. Okay, well, you guys will just have to live without. I will be right back. So, hopefully this indicates enough, oopsie, this will indicate enough to other people that I'm not gone. I'll be right back. Okay, everybody. She'll be back. Soon we'll see. Oh, man, guys. Let me just adjust myself and make sure I get into my chair. That's the hardest part, is, like, leaving the chair. It's always a struggle. Oh, man, my tummy is rumbling. That's not good. Okay. You guys can hear me, right? Let's just check before we get back into it that you guys can hear me and see me and all of those fun things. And I'll make sure to cut this from the VOD so that the poor people that watch the VOD will not have to deal with this interruption. I did bring snacks because I knew that this might happen. Yes, we can hear good. Okay. So let's keep going, guys.
I had a friend before and he was a lot like you. I helped him fight through war, but he had his demons too, and then we grew apart. Then his light went dark.
Okay. So for all of our delusion, right, from before, I am 100% confident that Athena is doing, and then hold on, let me listen.
His light went dark.
So that is definitely Warrior of the Mind. I think it's just down the key. I think it's just the lower version of that. Oh my god. Life went dark. What is her range? Holy shit. Am I like overshooting it? Is it like, am I making it too low compared to what it actually is? Because her range is low, like that's low, at least for me. But yeah, I don't know exactly, but it's definitely mined, I think. Also, I like this description. You guys did not grow apart. You had a very ugly breakup. But you guys had a very ugly breakup, but yeah, I'm sure that Athena would not exactly, I'm sure that Athena would not want to disclose that information. So I kind of understand that. But yeah, that is definitely the run from Warrior of the Mind. I think it's down the octave, though. I think it is definitely lower. Or, like, I don't know. I feel so off-pitch this stream. Like, for some reason. Like, I feel so, like, weird. Like, usually I can call up these melodies like it's nothing. I feel so, like, off-pitch today. Where I'm like, I don't know. I don't know what it is. Anyway. So, yeah, that's really low. At least for me, it was low. So yeah, love that part. I love the kind of, like, subtle lie about how things went. Because it's not, like, a full lie, but it's just kind of in character for Athena. Again, if you guys saw my Warrior of the Mind video that I made, that's something I talked about. Like, Athena's not a bad person, but she definitely does have some stubbornness. So we grew apart. Like, well, no, you kind of, like, left. Very blatantly, but I like to see how she feels bad, at least, and I like how this is a more gentle version of her run and her singing that we've never seen before, right?
And so I thought maybe if I'd made a different call, maybe if I hadn't missed it all, maybe he'd be fine. Maybe we'd unwind. Maybe if I help another soul, maybe if I helped you reach your goal, life could be that bright. could sleep at night.
That is very nice. Like, we're going, oh my god, I got chills. We are going into, like, soprano land with those ones. I love the maybe. You know what this reminds me of? Am I crazy? Like, waiting, Odysseus, when you come home, I'll be waiting. Maybe if I made a different call. This sounds similar to something else. I took too long
to reach your goal. Life could be that right.
before that.
If I he'd be fine. Maybe it'll maybe a different call. Maybe if I hadn't missed it.
Maybe if I hadn't missed it all. Sorry, guys, I'm trying to think. Is that connected to the underworld thing? Odysseus, when you come home, I'll be waiting. Last thing else. I'm right here, Mom, can't you see? I took too long and traveled too far while you were waiting. I don't know. Waiting. Is it supposed to be, maybe it's not exactly a copy and paste, but maybe it's supposed to be that we are seeing what Odysseus went through in the underworld, but now it's like Athena's version. Like, I don't know if it's the exact same melody line, but I think that maybe is supposed to kind of invoke the same thing as like the waiting, right? There's bound to be some overlap. Yeah, you guys are right. I just wonder if, like, there's some intentionality in terms of how, like, this moment being here and the sound that is specifically here, and maybe it's not, again, the exact same, like, run. Like, it's not the exact same melody line, but it's supposed to invoke that, like, this is Athena's come to Jesus, I guess, moment, right? Like, Odysseus had that one when he saw his mom. Like, I took too long, I traveled too far, I can't believe this happened while, like, you were waiting for me and you died waiting for me, right? And so I wonder if that's just supposed to be the vibes of regret. Yes, exactly. Islel? Is that how you say your name? Islel? Is that, or maybe, Ezel. Maybe Ezel is better. Yeah, so I think that it's supposed to invoke the similar feeling, but I don't think it's the exact same run. I think that you guys are right. But fine is definitely warrior of the mind, right? I really like unwind in this context because, like, I like it for unwind as in what it really means, like, relax, right? But then you also have, like, unwinding the clock. Like, if you think about Beauty and the Beast and, like, Clogsworth, he's always wound too tight. Like, that's why they made him a clock, because he is anal about time and everything and, like, structure and stuff. So I feel like that's really funny, because it's not just unwind as in relax, but, like, Athena is literally like a clock that is wound too tight, right? And she realized that she was too harsh, right, on him. I think there's, like, polity vibes in here, like, in terms of, like, the language. There's probably some Open Arms reference, but I don't think that there's a melodic reference to Open Arms. There might be one later, just not right now. I'm nowhere near an amateur composer even. Oh, I see what you guys are saying. You guys are like, you guys don't know either. I mean, it's something that I usually have a good ear for it, but there's so many songs in the epic that something could sound familiar to my brain and I can't exactly place it properly. So this is when, like, a full-length analysis video really helps, because when I have time to write the script, you know, like, I am able to compare things and, like, put things literally side by side. Yeah, waiting goes up and then, waiting goes down and then maybe goes up, which is interesting because Odysseus is, like, waiting as in he's fucked, right? But Athena's hopeful, so maybe that's why it goes up. Maybe we start on the same note, but then it opts up and then opts down respectively. Do you guys know what I mean? So that's interesting, that, like, instead, like, Athena's hopeful where Odysseus is like, oh shit, you were waiting all this time and now you're dead, like, there's no going back from that. Athena thinks that there's going back, question mark, right?
I help another soul, maybe if I helped you reach your goal, life could be that bright. I could sleep at night.
Oh my god. I forgot about that. Then it goes up. I could sleep at night. Yeah, that's like we just went into like full soprano land. That's crazy. Oh my god, I love that. I love how she's like getting higher and the tone of her voice represents a more gentleness, right? Exactly. Odysseus' mother is dead, so he doesn't think there's anything that he could do, but Athena has a second chance with Telemachus. Exactly.
Athena, I don't know who your friend is.
Hello, open arms!
Like, my time with you has been splendid. The best day of my life, cause I got in a fight and I didn't die. I've never felt strong before. You're my friend, I couldn't ask for more.
I love how he's just so quickly like, this is the best day of my life. He's so funny. Oh, man. I need to listen to that again.
I don't know what he's like, but my time with you has been splendid. The best day of my life, cause I got in a fight and I didn't die. I've never felt strong before. You're my friend, I couldn't ask for more.
You're my friend sounds something similar, but I can't exactly place it. And I don't listen to Open Arms regularly because it's my least favorite song. I'm sorry, don't kill me. So anyway, I wonder if this is like an inverted hold him down thing, because like who your friend is, like, you know what I mean, like that's I wonder if this is kind of like some sort of inverted or like bright version of that to show like the distinct opposite between Telemachus and the suitor. I don't know, I would have to check that because that's a bit more complicated than me just comparing the melodies together. Like this would be like that the suitors have the dark version and that this is like the light version of like, yeah, light and happiness and friendship version of the suitor motif. I love Splendid. I think Splendid and Friend is, like, that's an okay slant rhyme. And I love that I got in a fight and I didn't die. Like, that was very Odysseus invoking, even though I don't think that's exactly mirroring one of his lines either.
And so I think maybe if life wasn't spent as
And I like how he's going high, too.
it's time that you'll lend a hand. I don't think he'll mind if not his friend, then mine.
I like that. I like that sort of slant. You know, like, I don't think he'll mind if not his friend, then mine. Like, if you're not his friend, you know, you'll be my friend. You know what I mean? I like that. That's very good. Especially because Odysseus, you know, said, like, they had that, like, you're not looking for a mentor, I'm not looking for a friend, right? So it's Telemachus now. It's like, well, you know, I don't know about him. Like, if he didn't want to be friends with you anymore, that's his business. Or, like, whatever. But, like, if not his friend, you can be my friend, right?
To fall is to learn one way. Maybe it's all gonna turn out great.
I like that.
I know we'll be fine. I know it's light. You'll find.
Yeah, those are definitely Warrior of the Mind runs.
You're a good kid.
Thanks.
And that sounds very similar to the end of Thunderbringer, by the way. That what just happened right there. I think what's really interesting about this is the idea that, like, the mind has been modified and it's being modified again to be even higher. And so you have the same thing that happened with Odysseus, like him modifying the mind and then mind. And then we have, like, whatever they just did, which is, hold on, let's go back.
And I know it's light. You'll find.
Oh my god. Mind.
Light. You'll find.
Mind. Yeah, so it's almost mentality about things. And now yet again it is changing to add Telemachus too. So they're not just copying Odysseus's philosophy, but she's forging a new philosophy with Telemachus. I think that's very interesting. Wasn't the end of Thunderbringer confirmed to be Telemachus's lullaby? Maybe, I don't know. It probably was. I sort of attributed that to being related to Telemachus and Athena and like foreshadowing the fact that they would find each other later. That's what I had said in my Warrior of the Mind video anyway. But yeah, so I like this song. It's really short. I kind of wish that there was like a bridge or something. Telemachus' optimism and Polites' optimism parallels. Yes, but then also maybe that Telemachus is doing it in a better way than Polites. Whereas Polites, I'm not trying to say he was trying to force that mentality on Odysseus, because that's not exactly what I mean. But Telemachus is like, I will welcome you with open arms if you want it. Like, he's a bit more strategical in how he tries to go about this. You know what I mean? Whereas Polites was like, for your own sake, you should greet the world with open arms, Odysseus. You know what I mean? And so I think that what's different about Telemachus is that Telemachus isn't trying to change other people. He's just like, well, I'm here if you'll accept me as I am, which is a little bit different. So I think there's definitely a parallel in there. And I think that Telemachus goes about it in like a quote-unquote better way. Okay. But I think that's all I have to say about this song. I kind of wish that there was some like, I don't know, mysterious third thing of like a bridge or something. Like, I don't know. I kind of have more of a yearning. It doesn't sound fully complete for some reason. I like what we have. It's just, this kind of sounds like, how do I explain this? This sounds like the clips that you hear on YouTube put together, if that makes sense, and like you expect, oh, well, we only heard the clips of Legendary, there's still some secret third thing. Like, I listen to this and I'm like, I feel like that there's a secret third part of this song hidden somewhere. So I guess that's my feeling about this one, is that I still really like this saga. I like all the songs in this saga, but I do wish that we got a little bit more, right? Yeah, Polites advises light, whereas Telemachus seems to just innately inspire it. Exactly. I think that that's a good way to put it, right? It's infectious, almost, on other people. Telemachus naturally makes people want to be good, except for the suitors, I guess, but, you know. But yeah, so I do like this song. It's just, like, it's just so short. I don't know. I kind of wonder if they realized eventually, it's like, oh my god, we have too many songs for, like, a full-length stage musical. We need to do something. And, like, this is what they decided to do. But, like, I don't know. I think what would be interesting after the epic is done is kind of deciding, like, okay, well, which songs could be cut? Because it's really hard. I'm like, like, I don't know. Like, about what songs could be cut from, like, the show. You know what I mean? That'd be really hard. I do feel like Done For and then There Are Other Ways are very similar to each other, that you could almost try to merge them into one song somehow, but I don't know. Because I feel like, I mean, okay, here's the thing. Broadway shows don't have, like, a time limit. Some Broadway shows are 3 hours long. Like, that's okay. Like, you can be 3 hours long. I just wonder if, like, that's something they realized when we started to get up to 40 songs is, like, do we have the time? Like, you know, and that's why some of these songs are shorter than some of the other ones. I don't know. Do we think there would have been a song before this one that got cut? Yeah, like, I kind of feel like that something may have happened to this one. I think something happened here. I don't know. It's really hard because all of the songs are so important. Except for Keep Your Friends Close. I think we can get rid of Keep Your Friends Close. I don't know. If I had to decide which ones to cut, I don't know. I think Keep Your Friends Close could disappear. Maybe. There's so many epic cut songs. I know, but I'm like, for the theater, what do we do? But yeah, I wish the song was longer. That's all I'm thinking about right now. Okay, let's figure out what's happening.
Old friend.
Yeah, luck runs out. You're right. You're right. You're right, and you should say it. I like luck runs out, but like, I don't know if we needed all this. Open Arms is, like, the central conceit of the show, so we can't get rid of that one. Like, that's the whole reason why we're in this mess. I feel like Athena, again, Warrior of the Mind, needs a lyric, change, probably, like I had already said. I hope they do the cut song saga, just because, like, there's not really any harm in doing that. You know what I mean? Like, this is a concept album, so ideally, we could just make songs in the epic universe pretty much forever. It doesn't mean that all of them will be in the show, but, like, the limitations of Broadway are different than the limitations of, like, streaming, right? You know? So I feel like that, like, there's no harm in doing the Calxiyn Saga and, like, letting people... Oh my god, letting people enjoy that, you know? Because, like, technically a musical that's released on the internet can go on forever. So that doesn't matter too much. But yes, okay, so let's analyze Love in Paradise. And again, like I said, trigger warning for this one, as we talked about.
10 years since I last saw you.
Remember me. I am the infamous.
Oh, this is so good. I do wonder, this is more of a technical question that I would have for Jorge. I wonder if they, like, did they re-record those parts to fit in with the meter of this song? Or did they just take the recordings that they had and put them on top of this? Does that make sense to you guys? Like, did Jorge re-record the, like, I am the infamous Odysseus? Or are these just, like, copy and pasted vocal lines from, like, the other one? Like, you know what I mean? This is so cool, by the way. I have, like, nothing to say about this, because it's, like, stuff that we've heard before. I just wonder, like, drown in your sorrows and fears. Like, that sounds re-recorded. Like, that's not how she did it, like, before, you know what I mean?
I have to see her.
But we'll die.
That's the same. That's the same.
I know.
That's the same, too.
Odysseus, where did you go?
Yeah, so I think that some of them were re-recorded, which I don't know, as a technical thing, I find always interesting, right? But yeah, like, I think that the Skilla line had to be re-recorded just because it's so slow, right? Okay, hello, Calypso.
Morning, sleepyhead, you've been resting for a while. I swore that you were dead when you washed up on my aisle.
Good
Did
rhymes.
you know you talk in your sleep? Tell me though, who's Penelope?
I like that. I like the slant on that one, at least. Anyway, that's so funny. I think the Skilla section wasn't re-recorded, but rather has a lot less effects over top of it. I feel like it was re-recorded, though, because it's just too fast. Like, it goes by way too quickly, I think. I don't know what exactly her instrument is. I'm not very good at that, so I cannot help you. It's definitely island themed. But yeah, I love it anyway. So funny.
And here, all you can need here, just you and me, my dear, my love for life. Soon into bed we'll climb and spend our time.
I'm not your man.
I'm what you want here.
I love how the caption on Genius says, "Oh boy, and did they spend their time. They had 2 children in Greek mythology." Oh dear. I think that I wonder, like, okay, so I'm trying to put my mind in, like, to be in Calypso's head right now. Was she just, like, I'm trying to think about how to say this in a way that's safe for the stream. Hold on a second. Well, let's just sit with this for a second. I don't know, like, I think it's just hilarious how she saw a man and she's just, like, desperately horny, I guess. It's the best way I can say it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, she's just like, oh, yes, I understand. Like, I have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity here to have physical intimacy with someone that, I mean, presumably isn't herself, you know what I mean? So anyway, I think that that's, hilarious.
What you need here, just you and me, my love in paradise. Now till the end of time, from here on out, you're mine.
Okay, so here's what I'm wondering. Does that mean that she could keep Odysseus, like, immortal? You know what I mean? She says until the end of time. So I'm like, is there no time on this island? Like, is there no way for him to die? I think she was cursed to fall in love with anyone who goes on the island. Oh, so you guys think that she's cursed? Oh, no. So that's kind of not good, because I guess as we're kind of bringing up the moral or, like, ethical questions of exactly what's happened here, if she's cursed too, she's not exactly in control of her behavior, is she? So that's sus. I feel like that this kind of does play in with the, I don't want to even call it generational, because I guess it's not that, but just like the eye for an eye beef that goes on throughout the whole musical. Like, we let the Cyclops go, so Poseidon got mad at us, and like, you know what I mean? And so and then Poseidon comes back and is still mad, and like, just how, whatever they did to Calypso is now still occurring. Like, it's still perpetuating harm onto other people. And so like I kind of like the theme in this case that no one really escapes. You know what I mean? Like, they curse Calypso, and now Calypso perpetuates this harm on Odysseus, but it's only because somebody cursed her to like fall madly yandere in love with anyone who goes on the island. So it's just like everyone is like a victim, you know what I mean, by the gods, and I think that that's interesting. And like, the gods just never letting go, and there's never any like, well, we're even now. It's always just, well, you did this to me, so I'm doing this back to you, and like the one-upping each other. The curse was in Rick Riordan's telling. Did you guys give me misinformation? Okay, well then I take back what I said. Never mind. Well, I mean, she's still a victim in the sense that they're keeping her locked on the island, and that's enough to make anyone go crazy, but like, okay, so she is still in control of her actions. She's just, she's still harmed by her circumstance, but she has more control than I thought, than you guys were saying. Okay, that changes my opinion a little bit. So she's not cursed. She's cursed in the island way, but she's not cursed to fall in love with people. Again, she's just sort of in a morally gray, like, you need to have guilty mind and, like, guilty heart or whatever to commit a crime. I don't know if she can have guilty, I don't think she can have guilty mind if she's not in her right mind, if that makes sense. I think mind is planning. Wait, hold on. Mind is planning, and then heart is, like, knowing that you did something wrong. So I may actually have that backwards, because there's definitely intent here. Like, there's definitely an element of planning, like she's planning to keep him here, right? But I think the guilty, I don't think guilty heart applies. You guys know what I'm talking about? Like, the whole, like, mens rea situation? I think guilty mind isn't, like, and guilty heart isn't literally, like, emotional or mental. I think it's more like, did you pre-plan for this to happen, right?
I could kill you where you stand. I'm no pet, I'm a married man.
Uh-oh.
Some you may try, but last I checked, goddesses can't die.
There's something interesting going on here. Okay.
You where you stand. I'm not your man.
I'm what you want here, I'm what you need here. Just you and me, my love in paradise. Now till the end of time. From here on out, you're mine. Oh,
no, I could kill you where you stand. I'm no pet, I'm a married man.
So this isn't exactly a exact lift of the melody. However, this is very much the same as like the Lotus Eater situation when Odysseus is like, oh, our friends on the boat will burn you to blazes. Like, it's that sort of thing. And then also when he confronted Circe, when he was like the flower and whatever, like, it's that similar. I think that this is probably the Odysseus strategy motif. It's just adjusted slightly. Like, I could kill you where you stand, I'm no pet, I'm a married man, is giving the same vibe as the other times where he's negotiated with people. So like with the Cyclops, like with the wine, you'll never taste for human flesh again, and we should be on our way. No bloodshed in here today. I could kill you where you stand. I'm no pet, I'm a married man. Right? Like that, I think, is the same as when he was Cyclops negotiating too.
Oh, no, I could kill you where you stand. I'm no pet, I'm a married man.
What do you guys think about that? I think that that's right. I think that that's true. I would have to check. Have a drink, one sip and you'll understand the power that's in your hands. Wine so fresh, you'd never want to eat human flesh again.
Paradise, now till the end of time. From here on out, you're mine. Oh,
No, I could kill you
And you'll
where you
understand
stand.
that's
I'm no
the
pet,
power
I'm a
that's in
married
your
man.
hands.
oh, handsome.
Like, I think it's that one.
But last
One sip and you'll understand the power that's in your hands. There's just like more syllables here for us to deal with, which is why we're having like slight issues lining the entire thing up, but I think it's like the same strategy motif that happens here. Then I think Odysseus does that to Circe, where he's like, I'm not done for because, right?
I checked. Goddesses can't die.
Goddess.
You're
For some reason, that reminded me of Keep Your Friends Close, but I don't think that that's related. Like, the last I checked, goddesses can't die. Like, I don't know, it just reminded me for some reason. Oh, man. Wait. No. Never mind. Okay, so this is the part that reminded me of 6. Specifically, I think it's Get Down. For some reason, this reminded me of that, and I really like this.
adorable. Bow down now to the immortal Calypso, here to entertain. But fear not, I bring no pain, 'cause we got all we could want here, all we could need here. Under my spell, we're stuck in paradise. No.
Yeah, like this, there's a note here about Aeolus in the, Genius lyrics. So maybe this is just like the gods treating mortals as playthings vibe, and that's why it reminds me of Aeolus for some reason. Under my spell, we're stuck in paradise. So yeah, I took that literally. Obviously, we can all have different interpretations. I kind of like the headcanon that she, like, put literal magic on Odysseus this whole time, and she kind of kept him drinking the Kool-Aid, and then one night the enchantment finally broke. I don't know if that's like the canon of it, but I kind of like that interpretation that maybe Odysseus was like brainwashed into thinking he was having the time of his life, and then one night her hold broke off and he snapped out of it, and all of the grief surmounted onto him. Because you guys said earlier, right, that Odysseus has been crying this entire time on the beach, right? But my interpretation is that she did use a spell on Odysseus while she's singing, like it's a siren song type situation. So maybe he has been like, haha, I'm having a great time, and then one night, like, it cracked, right? That's what I think anyway. I don't think he's just been sat on the island all this time. I think it's more interesting if maybe Odysseus was at peace all this time, but then one day he cracked and it all came flooding back at him. Or maybe Calypso even thought, like, hey, I've, manipulated this guy for 7 years. I'm sure he's fine now. But then suddenly, like, as soon as she turns her back, as soon as her hold breaks from him, everything just comes back and flooding to Odysseus. I like that interpretation a little more than him crying on the beach, as you guys had said earlier, just because I think that it's more compelling. Like, I think that it's more interesting, this idea that, like, maybe Odysseus was, like, in this complacent, like, brainwashed happiness, and I think that's an interesting idea, and then suddenly he remembered what reality actually is one day.
One here, all we could need here. Under my spell, we're stuck in paradise. No one can come or go. My island stays unknown.
No, I don't.
I like how he's like, no, because, like, that's something that Jorge does really well, is, like, you'll see this in the Siren song, too, like, I could take the suffering from you. Like how the sirens sing that, and it's like, Penelope, why? You know I'm too shy and terrified. I could take the suffering from you. And so here we have my island stays on. No, I don't belong here, right? And so I think that that's really smooth. I like that a lot.
Won't be drawn to love in paradise, not till the end of time. There is no way.
You're mine, all mine.
7 years she's kept you trapped out of your control.
Yeah, she kept you trapped out of your control. I feel like that it's more than just the island. It's out of, she kept you trapped on the island, right? It's not her. Like, if she's trapped on the island and no one can find it and no one can leave, that's not what her control is. Her control is over his mind, I would say, right? Like, she doesn't, if she can't even leave, that's not in her control either. I think what's her control is like her mental control as opposed to the physical control of the island. Oh my god.
Time can take a heavy toll.
And so this is where in my mind, right, if we're going with my theory of how things happened, is that like she has kept Odysseus complacent for like 7 years. However, like, he had some sort of, like, nightmare or, like, some other situation, or maybe even Calypso just, like, let her guard down. She was like, it's been 7 years, I'm sure he's brainwashed to my satisfaction at this point, right? Exactly, she says under my spell, not curse, exactly. I like to think that she was enchanting him a little bit, right? So yeah, I think that Calypso does have her own spell, and then one day, at least my headcanon, is that Odysseus, like, he realized for the past 7 years he's been on this island at peace, and then suddenly the peace was ripped away from him, and he realized that it was a false sense of peace, and all of the memories of all of the bad things that happened came back to him, right?
Odysseus?
She sounds genuinely concerned for
Odie,
him.
get away from the ledge.
And she calls him Odie. That's
You don't
crazy.
know what I've gone through. You don't know what I've sacrificed.
Oh.
Every comrade I long knew. Every friend, I saw them die, and all I hear are
Yeah, he snaps
My dear,
basically.
Come back inside, dear love of my life. Come back to paradise. I know your life's
It could also be like, you could also take this as like, this is something that happens every night. Like, that's the other way, if you want, that you could take this. That, like, Calypso has control over Odysseus during the day, but then every night when he goes to sleep, like, if he has a nightmare and wakes up, Calypso has to, like, use her power on him to get him back inside. So that's, like, another kind of fucked up interpretation that you could take, for this one, is that, like, this is not a new situation, and this is not Odysseus snapping, but, like, Calypso has control over him when he's awake. But if he wakes up from a nightmare or something like that, Calypso has to, like, wrangle him back inside because he does this every single night. And I feel like that would... I don't know about all of the connections in terms of, like... Because some Greek mythology stories inspire fairy tales, right? I don't know if Calypso is Beauty and the Beast related. I know that Persephone and Hades is to some extent, right? So in Beauty and the Beast... the Beast, like, every single night asks Belle to marry him, like, in the original story, not the Disney version. And it's kind of like that idea of repeating the same day. So you could either interpret this as, like, one day Odysseus snapped, or I think the more fucked up interpretation is, like, what if this happens every single night? And every night she has to convince him like this. Like, that's kind of crazy. I like that in a story way, obviously.
All I hear are
I love you, my dear. I love our time here. Life would be so much
Just
worse
let
if
me
you
close
had
my
died. Please stay
eyes.
away from harm. Stay in my open arms.
Yeah, and then we have open arms, right? Also, yes, you guys are right. Like, I think the let me close my eyes is him wanting to die. Which is interesting as opposed to keep your eyes open, which happens when he's dreaming of Penelope and Telemachus, right? And you hear the waiting motif. is crazy. That's crazy that after all this time... Like, that's crazy that after all this time he cried out for Athena because he didn't know any other way out. But yeah, so I think that you could interpret that either way. Like, Calypso has had a hold on him all this time, or every single night this happens. And I think the every single night this happens is, like, definitely a very, like, harsh and, like, more dark interpretation. And I think that just makes a lot of sense to me somehow. But yeah, the keep your eyes open versus the I want to close my eye, like, that's crazy, right? I think that's so smart. But yeah, Odysseus is, like, obviously depressed. And so I think that's the thing, is that Calypso can't really help him. Even if she does have him under a spell, she can't really mitigate his pain at all. She's just delaying it. Like, if it comes back to haunt him at night, even if he's fine during the day, it's still, do you know what I mean? Like, it's still, it's still haunting him. That's why Calypso can't help him no matter how hard she tries, because she can't, like, try to keep him in, like, Kool-Aid land 24/7. So that's why it'll never work, right? Yes, I have been thinking about that too, Shy. I've been thinking about that too. That Odysseus calling out to her, like, spurred all of this, basically. I agree. I think that that's true. I don't think that that was a coincidence. I think that Athena, like, felt something, and then she realized that, like, she couldn't feel Odysseus in the darkness anymore, and it's all connected. Like, I think that you're definitely right. I think, I don't know, it's sort of a weird timey-wimey, because I guess Athena only decides to go look for Odysseus after Telemachus, but I think that, like, it could have happened out of order, where Odysseus called for help, and then Athena went to Telemachus, and then Athena probed Odysseus's memories, right? Because I'm assuming that, like, Athena's not hearing him cry in real time. Like, I think that Athena is hearing it after it happened. Yeah. I think, yeah, open arms was probably also not helping, and that's probably why he calls for Athena as well. So I do like the idea that, like, every night Calypso does this and brings him back under the spell. But, like, this one time she said the open arms thing, and then, oh, like, it totally broke the spell. I don't think that he called out for Athena every night. I would say that Calypso has a different method to keep Odysseus under control every night, and this night she said open arms, which made him spiral out of control. That's, like, my personal interpretation. Like, if she said, please stay away from harm, like, don't worry, I got you, and, like, put her arms around him and let him back inside, that would have worked. It was her saying open arms specifically, like, that's what caused the problem, basically. So I don't think that he calls for Athena all the time. I think that, like, Calypso just used the wrong choice of words on this fated night, if that makes sense. Yeah, and it's fucked up that Eurylochus is also haunting Odysseus, just like with his mom and, like, Polites. And so, you know, after the underworld, where we already heard people haunting him, now Eurylochus is also haunting him. Yeah, and then open arms is also, it happens right before he met Athena. That's a very good point. Sorry, guys, I needed to grab my water. Yeah, so I think that open arms sends him on the spiral, because he's like, open arms? Who said that to me? Oh, yeah, my friend Polites. Who came after my friend Polites? Oh, yeah, Athena. She told me not to accept people with open arms, right? And so I think that it all just, like, triggers something in his memory, you know what I mean? So, I think it's all connected. Also, hello, Madcap. Yes, he's collecting Trauma Ghost like their Pokemon. Oh no, Morty. Thank you for coming in the stream, by the way. It must have been so confusing to her. Like, wait, what did I say wrong? Yeah, exactly. That's my interpretation of it. I think that Odysseus, like, every single night, Odysseus wakes up and has this nightmare, and usually Calypso has it under control. But like this one night, she said something wrong, and she's just like, wait a second, what's the matter? We've done this the whole time. Did I pronounce his name wrong? Why are you guys saying, why are you guys saying the question mark? Oh dear. I mean, I've never been good at phonetically reading out things. You keep mentioning this musical when you play Hades, and now I'm obsessed. Thank you, Cal. Wait. Oh, yes. When I play Hades, like the video game. Yeah, I have mentioned it a couple times. If you guys don't know, I have a VOD channel, by the way. Little VOD channel promo for Hades. But yeah, I hope that you guys, I'm glad that you guys checked it out because of Hades, Madcap. But yeah, he basically relapsed after 7 years. That's what I think. But yes, okay, so let's listen to God Games now. This is the one where I'm like, I kind of missed a couple things because I was arguing with you guys about Helios. I know that they were Helios's cows, but because Apollo suddenly showed up, I gaslit myself, and I was like, oh, well, what if they make it Apollo's cows instead, and that's Apollo's beef in this situation? No pun intended. But they aren't. They are still Helios's cows. Apollo has, like, different beef for some reason. Athena leitmotif in the chanting. Oh, Father God King is also Thunder Bringer, by the way.
Favors. Now I'm knocking on your door with hopes to save a friendship with one who's a prisoner far from home. Odysseus.
Divine
Yep, Odysseus.
Is that what you seek? To untie apprehensions that were placed on that Greek. You are playing with thunder for a man full of shame, but if he's worth the risk of going under, why not make it a game? Convince each of them that he ought to be released, and I'll release him.
Also, chat, I have listened to all the songs already, to be clear. Now we're going back and analyzing them. So if you missed the front of the stream and you're wondering why we're pausing and everything, we've already listened to this. We listened to it earlier. Now we're just going back and combing through things line by line. Oh, you ain't ready. That's what I'm replying to, the oh, you ain't ready. Yes, danger motif under Zeus's singing. Let me see. Yeah, different beef instead of different beast, oh god.
Divine intervention. Is that what you
Yeah, it's the danger lit motif, yeah.
Apprehensions that were placed on
yeah, that was Captain.
Greek. You are playing with thunder for a man full of shame, but if he's worth the risk of going under.
Yeah, that's definitely danger lit motif. There's a lot of danger. Also, okay, so yes, I saw your comment on the Thunderbringer video, Mortius, and I was like, that's so insane. Like, how does this happen? But yeah, I'll just read it out for people that can't see the chat. Can I just share how surreal it is for my worlds to combine like this? You were one of my favorite reactors years ago. Yeah, falling off of Ruby. So now us being in the same content sphere half a decade later is like truly wild to me. It's so much fun. It's so much funny. Oh my god. It's so funny how like, what am I trying to say? Reestablish? That's not right. Like reborn Ruby fans. I'm trying to think of a different word. I can't think of it right now. But basically like Ruby fans in recovery have now shifted to musical theater. That's what I was trying to say. Recovered Ruby fans. I was like, what is that word? What am I trying to think of? Because it's like Aster Rhymaster also used to make Ruby content, and like now we're all here, and I'm like, how did this happen? But I really appreciate that. I'm so glad. I'm also so glad that people like me more for just my reactions to Ruby. That's why like this channel has really done a lot for me in terms of that, because you know, it's kind of that fear of like, are you a one-trick pony? Can you ever be successful on YouTube again without this show? Like, you know what I mean? And like, so now knowing that I can stand on my own and people care about what I have to say, it really just means a lot to me. Like, I still love reacting to stuff and I still love Ruby and all of that, but you know, it's just a totally different vibe here, like in terms of my comment section and then other musical theater videos in general. Like, I feel like, I don't know. It's hard to explain. It's just like with the Ruby content sometimes, it's just it's a little difficult. And like, you know, recording with Hunter, some people like Hunter more than me, which is just natural, but some people are really dickish about it, and it's been somewhat explicit. Like, I wish Hunter would just make her own channel, because I hate Calxiyn, but I love Hunter, right? And so that kind of takes a toll on you after a while, and so I'm just really glad that here I feel appreciated as just me, and I love doing stuff with Hunter, and that'll never change, and we'll always do stuff together regardless of what people say. But, like, yeah, the main Calxiyn channel just it has those issues sometimes where it's either people only care about a specific show, which is totally fair, right? But then also, like, just some people care about Hunter and don't like me very much, or some people think that Hunter is funny and I'm not. And so it's just kind of nice how here it's like, people think I'm funny and I'm just funny. You know what I mean? And, like, there's no kind of, like, comparison or something like that. So anyway, sorry to interrupt our analysis stream, but, like, that just, I felt like I needed to say that. But yeah, I'll never stop doing stuff with Hunter whatsoever. It's just that sort of thing. And obviously, like, here I get people being like, why are you so loud and why are you so annoying, or like whatever. But like, at least, like, it's not as prevalent. It seems to be much more appreciated here in this context, so I'm glad. Yeah, the co-reaction double-edged sword, basically, right? I love your videos. I always thought I was weird for geeking out about the little things in storytelling, and then I saw you do that, and it made me feel seen. Well, I'm so happy. I'm so happy that we can all do this together. Because, like, if you guys let me, I would probably be here for another 5 hours, like, picking these songs apart, right? Like, I just love doing this so much, and I'm so glad that I get to. But now I'm like, where the fuck were we? I forgot.
Why not make it a game?
Games! God
Convince
games,
each of
if
them
you
that he
will.
ought to be released, and I'll release him.
Who's them?
Apollo! Hephaestus!
I like how it's like, this is some rustling,
Aphrodite!
like, announcement.
Ares!
Actually, hold on.
Apollo! Hephaestus! Aphrodite!
Some instruments are being added as they are introduced.
Ares! Hera! Or me? What do you say?
Great.
Very well.
Yeah, I think that they're adding, there's some sort of instrument edition. Also, yes, Morty, I would love to. Yes, I don't know what we do. I don't know what we do. I would have to think about it, but I would love to. I need to collab with more people. Like, Aster and I have talked about it, and I've just been like, I don't know. Because I have no money, and I'm broke, and so I need to make sure that, like, I get, like, my work done first or whatever. But, like, yeah, I would love to. I need to be a little bit better about that. But yeah, I love the WWE-ness. Okay, so Apollo says great. Hephaestus says very well. Aphrodite says, Ares says all right. And then, I don't know why they decided to make Hera disco. I need, like, is there, like, a canon reason to that? Like, you know what I mean? Is it, like, something about Hera and, like, peacocks and, like, bright color? Like, is it all connected somehow? Also, yes, I am gonna do a reaction. I mentioned this earlier, but for anybody that's just popped in, I will do a reaction to the animatics, but not today. But yeah, go ahead. Yes, please add me on Discord. If you join my Discord server, you should be able to find me, but yes, we should add you. We have like a little musical theater group. I will see if they will add you in. But yeah, I'm like, why did they do this with Hera? Like, is it peacock related? I don't know. That's the only thing that I can think of, other than just, like, this idea that obviously, like, disco is old, and so she's old. Like, you know, oh, she's the queen! She's the dancing queen, young and sweet! Is that what you guys are saying? Oh, that's hilarious, Madcap! If you're right, that's very fucking funny. Okay, I approve. I approve of that. Like, I don't know if that's right, but that's hilarious. Oh, good lord. Okay.
Great.
Very well.
All right.
Bring it.
Apollo. You all know I'm a fan of catchy songs.
Apollo's
With
killing
so
it.
many sirens gone, I think Cody's in the wrong.
They were trying to do him worse. All he did was reimburse them. Now they'll tread with caution first to live another day and sing another verse.
That's true. Release him.
I like that. That was a really good. I don't know how I feel about reimburse them, like, as a lot. Like, you know what I mean? I don't know how I feel about that, but I do like first verse, worse, all of that. Tread with caution first to live another day and sing another verse. Does day rhyme with something? I feel like day does. All did was reimburse them. Try to do him worse. All he did was reimburse. Now they'll tread with caution first to live another day and sing another verse. Okay, no, nothing rhymes with day. I'm delusional. I do like this because, so here's my epic theory if you guys did not, also, yes, we won't take more suffering from you detected. Yes, that is definitely in here. I guess Hestia, the idea is it's like a message to all the other sirens. Like, it's kind of like, yeah, those sirens died, but like, the gossip will spread throughout the land. What was I gonna say? I totally forgot. Hold on. Oh, I have a theory about, like, the rhyme structure in the epic. And if you guys didn't watch my Warrior of the Mind video, it's all in there, so I'd suggest watching that. But basically, it's like, when a character uses a lot of rhymes, they are operating in some sort of excess. And then when there's not a lot of rhymes, it's deficiency. And then when there's balance, it's like moral, kind of like, you're in the right, basically, like the golden mean thing. And a lot of people said that one of Penelope's songs that happens later seems to perfectly reflect that, and so that theory may be true because all of her rhyme structure is balanced. So, like, when we have Athena doing, like, worse, reimburse, first, verse, and all that stuff, it just reminds me of that theory that we had in Warrior of the Mind. Like, when a character's using a lot of rhymes, that's kind of the reason. It's almost like a forcefulness, if you want to call it that, like, with their opinions. Like, Athena thinks that she's in the right, and so the rhyme is kind of a way of, like, you know, might is right, that sort of thing. But yeah, I think that, like, the sirens, it's just one pack, and so the word spread throughout the land, right? I like the Hephaestus.
Trust is not given, is forged. Why should I give in my support? He sacrificed his own cohort.
Did you forget they failed to listen? He was betrayed and then imprisoned. But if you make the right decision, he can still build a future with those who miss him.
Do you guys hear the leitmotif back here? I'll try to make you guess which one it is. I just realized it. Also, that's so cool that they got his dad to play a character. But I do like this because Hephaestus, obviously, there's like a whole thing with Aphrodite. There's a whole thing with Aphrodite, and so it makes sense that Hephaestus would put trust above all else, because Aphrodite, I mean, I don't know, some mythology has it that, like, they're kind of in, like, a consensual polyamorous sort of situation, right? Others have it that, like, Aphrodite cheats on Hephaestus with Ares, right? So I think that either way, like, it kind of makes sense that trust would be on the forefront of Hephaestus's mind. I love that trust is given, or trust is not given, it's forged. That's such a banger. Like, that's such a banger line. I love that. But yeah, if you guys hear in the background,
That's true. Release him.
my little secret that nobody guessed yet.
Hephaestus.
Trust is not given, is forged. Why should
Oh,
I
also, is that not, show me your sorrow and tears. Is that not the same thing as what the Sirens sung? The Skilla, I mean, oh my god, what did I just say? I don't even know. Show me your sorrow and tears. Trust is not given, it's forged. Question mark? That's not it, though.
give my support? He sacrificed his own cohort.
Did you forget they failed to listen? He was betrayed and then imprisoned. But if you make the right decision, he can still build.
If you guys hear in the background, it's Penelope leitmotif when Athena is talking about making the same making like a choice that will let Odysseus rejoin the people that he loves. It's Penelope. Oh yeah, it is Scylla. It is Scylla. Scylla, sorry. I do that every time. It is Scylla. Sorry, I didn't mean to confuse you guys. That wasn't the secret I was talking about. That was just something I realized right then. The secret was the Penelope part. Sorry, to clarify. It is Scylla, though.
If you make the right
But yeah, do you guys hear?
he can still build a future with those who miss him.
Yeah, do you guys
Alright,
hear the
release it.
Penelope?
He was betrayed and then
Let me try to.
imprisoned. But if you make the right decision, he can still build a
Penelope.
future with those who miss him.
Yeah,
Alright,
I think you
release it.
guys probably see it now. So yes, it is still Scylla. Yeah, Scylla. It is still Scylla, but I heard the Penelope in the way that the metal is clanging, which is so smart. Aphrodite, you're a little high and mighty.
Odysseus claims to love his mother, but let her die of a broken heart.
He was busy fighting.
Also interesting with Aphrodite is that the underworld songs come back when they're talking about Odysseus's mom. The underworld songs, oh my god, the underworld sounds, please excuse me. Like the chanting thing from the underworld and like the sort of high-pitched hollowness.
The Cyclops let him feel the pain that his mother felt and wrought.
Wait!
Did he say in rot? Oh my god.
Please reconsider this.
Really, Athena? These old tricks?
Ares!
I love that line from Aphrodite, by the way. Like, that's such a good set of lyrics.
What kind of sick coward holds back his power while his friends get
Okay,
devoured?
so
He
this was
didn't
the
even
one
fight
beef that I had with this song that I asked you guys to remind me of later, and I think we all forgot. My beef here is that Ares does not sound as vocally powerful as he did in the demo for this, and I don't know what happened. Like, I feel like they should have added something more to his music here or his voice, because he's not really hitting that hard, you know?
Ares!
What kind of sick coward holds back his power while his friends get devoured? He didn't even fight Scylla, didn't even try to kill her. Hides inside a wooden horse to get the job done. Never handles things up front, pathetic and weak like his son.
I do like the drumming, right? But I wish that they just put something here because it feels sort of like, I don't know, it feels like that this was uploaded with an instrument turned off or something. Because he doesn't sound as strong as he sounded in the demo, like, because I remember what kind of sick coward holds back his power while his friends get devoured. He didn't even fight Scylla, didn't even try to kill her, like, or something. I don't know. I can't remember the rhythm of that. He didn't even fight Scylla is very hard to say. Didn't even try to kill her, right? It seems like that it's very restrained in this one, and it's sort of weird because, like, you can be vocally, pulled back if the instruments go a little harder, so I feel like my recommendation, I guess, for this song, because, like, most of my things are lyric changes, but this is also something that, like, when the Broadway performer is on Broadway, they'll make a decision, so it doesn't really, like, what's in the recording doesn't really matter, because this is something that's changed later, but if I could make a recommendation to add something to this song, I'll say versus fix. My problem here is, like, we need a better instrument, like, we need a bigger, harsher instrument. I know that the drums come in, but we need, like, something has to be going on, or, like, the actor really needs me to be convinced. The actor needs me to be convinced. The actor needs to convince me that he's full of rage, because I feel like we lost the rage for very nice singing, and the person singing for Ares does sound very nice. However, like, I don't know, like, I'm just like, you have to sound ugly sometimes, you know what I mean? You can't sound pretty all the time, and usually the Epic is very good about that, so I'm, like, kind of surprised, but I think that, like, that's my recommendation for this one is, like, you shouldn't sound pretty, you're the god of war, just go for it. go for it, bestie. And like usually if you go for it, the notes will follow anyway. I talked about that in the Joker video that I made, that a lot of people are afraid to sing like not pretty, like, you know what I mean? And that somehow that'll make them sound bad, but more often than not, if you're really given it, your muscle memory of where the notes are will like help you. You know what I mean? You won't sound off key. Like, he needs to sound angry or we need to do something. Because now he's like, he's not angry, he's just disappointed. And I don't know if that works for his character. Right? So I feel like that we need a different acting choice, or we need some instruments. Yeah, like brass could work. Brass may sound like too jazzy. I don't know. I would almost want to give him like an Odysseus-like guitar to maybe showcase that him and Odysseus aren't that different from each other. I know that Ares isn't like just rage-based, but like this doesn't seem to connect with anything particularly, and so it's just like, it needs to be a stronger choice in either direction. Do you guys know what I mean? Like, if they want to make Ares the I'm not mad, I'm disappointed kind of guy, like, they can do that, but we need to make a harder turn either way, because this is invoking the idea of like the war drums and like the power and like all of that stuff. Like that's invoking a sort of very harsh, militarized, like general type of man, but he's singing like a disappointed father, right? So you don't need to make him angry and make him constantly yelling, but you either need to make him like put the fear into your heart like a commander would, right? Or you need to go full angry, because right now we're not really making that strong of a choice. Because I do think now maybe that's what they wanted to invoke, the idea that like Ares is not just like losing his cool all the time, like he's a military general almost, right? Like he's very restrained. But in that case, your vocals also need to be cutting, and I don't know if they're cutting right now. Yeah, almost like an army commander yell. But yeah, it's lacking in some way. I just don't know. I don't know how. I think it's maybe the instrumentation could have helped, probably.
What kind of sick coward holds back his power while his friends get devoured? He didn't even fight Scylla, didn't even try to kill her.
Because there's really no other instrument going on right there other than the one that has the melody line, which seems very suspicious. Like, that seems a little odd. I feel like that, and the problem with the melody line, too, just being the only thing, is that there's nothing in contrast, right? So, like, when we talk about orchestral composition, you have, like, the things that go with the melody, basically, and then you have, like, the counter melody or like the contrast or whatever. And so a lot of songs will give a vocalist melody support, but it's mixed in with times that there are things that go against that support and dropping that support. And so, yeah, like I feel like that the problem is, maybe now that I'm listening to it again, isn't even like the choice in the acting, but that there isn't any other instrument other than that melody instrument, and so there's no sense of tension, because what the singer is doing is exactly what the melody is doing, instead of having other instruments doing other things.
Ares!
Like, did we just run out of instruments for Ares? I don't know.
What kind of sick coward holds back his power while his friends get devoured? He didn't even
Or
fight.
sorry, I totally got that wrong. I don't know what I got that in the wrong way, guys. It's not the instrument isn't playing his melody line. It's only playing Athena's thing, so it's not giving him any support. I got that backwards. I'm sorry. I'm getting so tired that I totally botched what I was trying to say. Hold on. Let's listen to this again and I'll try again.
Coward holds back his power while his friends get devoured. He didn't even fight Scylla.
There's nothing. Okay, so I kind of got that wrong. I apologize. What I meant to say, not that there's only his melody melody line back there, though that does happen on other songs too. There's actually not his melody line in there, which means there's nothing supporting him. It's just the Athena leitmotif. That's what's making it sound weird. It's that it's not even that the Athena leitmotif is a counter to Ares, but it's just Athena, which doesn't create any tension because there's nothing in terms of representing Ares in there. It's just the Athena sound. I think that that's actually the problem. So let me revise what I said a little bit. I mean, what I said still applies in terms of like if you're making your own music, it just doesn't apply to this particular situation. It's actually the opposite of what I said. The instrument that we hear is not along for the ride on Ares' melody. It's actually just Athena's leitmotif. Therefore, what could have helped was that if there was another instrument that was representing Ares, and these things were actually providing tension with each other. Because this is Ares singing over Athena's leitmotif without any instrumental support for what he's saying, which makes it makes it feel like Athena has already won, and that's kind of a problem, like, in terms of the orchestration of it. So I hope that makes sense. Sorry, I got it backwards. I don't know why I did that. I need to go eat lunch after we're done. Like, when the drums comes in, that's actually contrasting to Athena. But he needs his own instrument, kind of like how you hear Athena's leitmotif, but also Odysseus's stuff in Warrior of the Mind, and it's like both of them have some dominance over the song. So yeah, you guys are saying that Ares and Athena's leitmotifs are the same. That's interesting. I wonder why. I feel like they shouldn't be exactly the same. I think that that's the other thing that I would say then, is that it shouldn't be exactly the same. It should be like slightly skewed in some way. Like if we're thinking or whatever it is, maybe they should have done it so it opts down, so it could have been the same, but then slightly, like it ends in a different place. Because I know it's because they're both war gods, but they're both war gods in a different way. So let me listen to this again. This would be my suggestion. There's still nothing for his melody line though. So even if you have the same leitmotif, you could have still had the God Games melody line included in here somehow. You know what I mean, guys? Like, because the leitmotif is still not giving instrumental support to his melody.
What kind of sick coward holds back his power while his friends get devoured? He did.
Yeah, it's right? Like what they could have done was right? Like they could have made it down, right? Like they could have opted to go down instead of up, and maybe that would have helped, right? So those are my different suggestions. One, give Ares instrument to support his melody line, and then that way it feels like that the Athena leitmotif is creating some sort of contrast versus that's the only thing underneath his melody, because this singer has no vocal support right now, I just realized. Option 2 is just giving Ares more, like, instrument, like, you know what I mean, more contrasting instruments. Option 3 would be, yes, and My Goodbye is a better comparison, you guys are right. My other thing would be, like, maybe the Ares leitmotif is slightly different where it opts down, and that opt down maybe could give vocal support to the singer if we're, what kind of sick coward, like you could do coward, like, you know what I mean, and have that opt down be on the same note as what Ares is singing in God Games, right? Do you guys understand what I mean? I've probably said that 400 times this stream. I'm so sorry. That's like my go-to filler sentence when I'm just like, I don't want the stream to be silent, but I need to say something about what we're still talking about to buy time until the chat replies. That's like my waiting for chat to reply and acknowledge that they know what I'm talking about. But yeah, I think that My Goodbye, they just need to like spice it up a little bit. And obviously that's something that can be fixed in like the official Broadway cast recording scenario. Because now that chat pointed it out, I do actually like the idea that they share the same leitmotif. Like, that's interesting. But I think that it still should be identifiable, and having an opt-down could be a way to do that. We understand. Thank you, chat.
Didn't even fight Scylla, didn't even try to kill her. Hides inside a wooden horse to get the job done. Never handles things up front, pathetic and weak like his son.
I also really like the Telemachus slander that happened here for no reason. because here's the thing, right? Athena's acting choice here doesn't make sense with what Ares just did. Because if you think about it, like, Ares kind of is, like, pathetic and weak like his son, and then Athena's, like, yelling, right? So I think that it comes off as a little strange, whereas if Ares had a bit more power going on,
This thing's the front, pathetic and weak like his son.
like, I know he yells, like he's like, son, but I don't know. I think that, like, Athena is so powerful in her voice that it doesn't seem like she's matching Ares' energy. It's like they probably did record separately from each other, but it's like they both recorded independently of knowing what each other's acting choices were going to be, right?
Hold your tongue now. Here stands my friend.
Because, like, listen how she's singing Friend, and, like, she's really going for it. Like, I wish Ares would really go for it, so this would feel like an actual argument, because it feels like Athena, like, kind of just, like, stepped on him like he was a bug. You know what I mean? Like, he wasn't an actual threat because of what's going on in the instrumentation and the acting.
That a broken heart can mend. You want more bloodshed, then set him free to get back.
I love this lyric set, though. I think that this is fun.
Hey, baby.
I don't know how to feel about Hera, by the way. Yeah, the argument sounds very one-sided. Like, you can't have Athena just win at everything. You need to have a little bit of tension, right? I don't know how to feel about Hera. She's really giving it, though. Like, she's really dramatic, obviously. Like, there's so many heroes. Like, she just sounds like she's, like, over it all.
To get back to his homestead, he'll make everybody bleed. Hey, baby.
I don't know how to feel about this.
So many heroes, so many tales.
Like, it's great, but
why you should be failed. He's got the mind of a genius, right, Harder? He's pretty skilled with words. You can do better than that. He's kind of funny. Never once has you cheated
I like
on his
he's
wife.
kind of funny.
Release him.
I just don't know. You guys are gonna have to, like, judge whether or not I'm being a killjoy and I'm just like, Calxiyn, no fun allowed. I don't know if I like this being right here, because, like, it's kind of a joke, you know what I mean? And so we're being so unserious. You know what I mean? Like, we're being so unserious right now. I do wonder if maybe this should have went before Aphrodite and Ares, because I feel like that it would have been a much stronger note to end on if it was like his son's my friend, like that one, right? Because I'm just like, I don't know. I like Hera. I like this part. I don't know how I feel about the disco, but I think that this is another case of, like, if Hera is going to be this dramatic, Apollo and Aphrodite and Hephaestus and Ares also need to be this dramatic. I'd also maybe even suggest putting their music in different time periods. Like, if we're gonna go this hard with Hera, it's just like her energy is just kind of mismatched with the others. And so instead of, like, toning her down, I feel like that we should bring everybody up to that same level. Like, maybe Ares should be, like, death metal music. Maybe Apollo should be bubblegum pop. Maybe Aphrodite should be, like, whatever, you know, a genre like Doja Cat is. Like, I'm pretty sure that's bubblegum pop too. You guys know what I mean? Like, I feel like that maybe that would help. Not to make everyone else unserious, but I think that, like, because right now it feels like we're in one genre and then we suddenly just went into disco land. Whereas if we went through all of the other genre, like, if Apollo was, like, totally, like, folk music or something, and then Hephaestus was, like, I don't know. I can't even think of any more music genres. Like, Hephaestus was so rock, and then moving on to Aphrodite, she was so bubblegum pop or something, like, or so, like, smooth jazz, and it's kind of like, Careless Whisper-esque, right? Like, I think the genre jumping would be better if everybody was in a different genre, because this, I don't know if I like the sudden, like, shift to Hera, and then also ending on Ares is not, like, Aries is, like, not the best note to end on for Hera to be this dramatic, so maybe what I would suggest is switching those so that Aphrodite and Aries are, like, the last hurdle that she has to clear. And then also just making Aries a little bit more dramatic. And then maybe everybody's instrumentation should be in their own genre. So those are all my suggestions for this one.
I've played your game and won. Release him.
You dare to defy me, to make me feel shame. No one beats me. No one wins.
See,
my
because,
game.
like, look, so nothing is supporting Zeus's melody line here, but, like, the literal electric guitar is, like, still uplifting things, right? And so I feel like that, like, what they did with Zeus, they should have done with, Aries in some way.
Bring her through the ringer.
Like, this is good.
Judgment call, the one who makes
And then you have Zeus's motif coming back.
Is she dead?
What, the chorus is chanting?
The judgment call, the one who makes the kingdom fall. Is she dead?
Where? Because, like, the chorus is chanting Thunderbringer. Do you guys mean before that?
To make me feel shame. No one beats me. No one wins my game. Thunder, bring her through the ringer. Show her.
Oh, wait a minute. Okay, we'll come back to that in a second. Hold on.
So many tales, give me one good reason why you should be fair.
Yeah, what's going on in Hera's chanting? What are they saying? What?
Hey, baby. So many heroes, so many tales,
It's something.
give me one good reason why you should be fair.
I think it's just nonsense. Like, I think that that's probably, like, the course chanting that you get with a lot of paid, you know, your garage band and, like, your DAWs and stuff. I think it may be kind of like, you know how, like, when you open up Word, it has, like, fake word language or whatever, and, like, how in some movies and TV shows, instead of writing actual stuff, it's just, like, fake language. I think that may be, like, fake Latin they're chanting. I can't make out anything discernible. Hey, it's Hera! That's funny, if that's true.
He's got the mind of a genius, try harder. He's pretty skilled with words. You can do better than that.
Yeah, and, like, hear that, like, Hera has some sort of, like, Egyptian-sounding instrument in here, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, some sort of Middle Eastern instrument, and so I'm like, with Aries, they could have done a lot.
Release him.
Okay, so what's going on here?
I've played your game and won.
I don't think that they're saying anything with this one, guys.
On his wife. Release him.
Like, it just sounds like, "Se no salt juice," or, like, something like that. Like, it sounds like fake. This one sounds like fake Latin. Maybe the other one was Hera. If you guys know what it says, let me know, because I got absolutely nothing. Like, it's just boss battle chanting. I don't think that it's words. I'm hearing immortals. Save something something, maybe.
He's kind of funny. Never once has he cheated on his wife. Release him. I've played your game and won. Release him.
You dare to defy me.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't think that those are words, guys. I think it's just, it might be, I think it is, in the chanting, it is like, it is the, melody of, like, bringer, thunder. Bring her thunder, bring her thunder. Right, but that's not what they're saying.
And won. Release him.
You dare to defy.
Bring the thunder. Oh, you guys think that that's what they're saying?
You can do better than
Let me
that.
listen.
It's kind of funny.
Let's decide. Bring the thunder, bring the thunder. No, I hear like a definitive like S in there. There has to be an S somewhere. Immortalis. Immortalis. But what does that, like, does that just mean immortals then?
He's got the mind of... Release him.
Immortal. No, I hear another S. Like where Talus is supposed to be, I hear another S in there. Like Salus, almost. I hear too many S's for that to be the case. Like, I'm hearing Salus, immortalis. Like, I'm hearing two S's. There's something else happening. I don't know.
I've played your game and won. Release him.
It could be like a save your soul sort of thing.
You dare to defy me. To
Make me feel shame.
No one beats me. No one wins my game.
I like this though. I like everybody chanting. I just want to I would love if anyone is out there. I'd want to interview Jorge. I have so many questions. I want him to answer. Like, my dream in life would be if Jorge answers all of my insane questions. Like, I just go through every song and find crazy shit to ask him and just ask him. Like, my theory about the rhyme structure thing. Like, is it right? I don't know. Like, you know. Was it intentional? Who knows? I love this. Well, it's because now Athena is the maiden he's talking about, right? Like in the old song, in Old Thunderbringer, like it was a metaphor. Like a metaphor, like for a woman, right? And like justice and all of that. But now like Athena is the woman. Athena is justice. I'm so smart. Anyway.
Makes the kingdom fall.
Yeah, so this was confusing as someone that didn't see the animatic. See, quick thought is being used here though, so I don't think she's dead. I think some mysterious other thing. And we'll make a greater tomorrow, then we'll see. I know he'll change the world, 'cause he is a warrior. Mind. Oh, what happened? Oh, legendary. Warrior of the legendary. I think that's what happened. Let's do it again, just in case. I know he'll follow me, and we'll make a greater tomorrow. Then they'll see. I know he'll change the world, 'cause so. Yeah, I wanna be legendary. I think it's up change the world. Oh my god. Change the world, 'cause, and then it goes into legendary. Hold on. Tomorrow. Then we'll see. He'll change the world. He is a... Yeah, it's he's but instead of warrior of the mind, it's I wanna be legendary. Okay, so that makes a lot of sense to me. So we start with, instead of a warrior of the mind, Telemachus is I wanna be legendary. Oh, the piano is crazy. And again, this reminds me of Thunderbringer. This definitely is similar to me. Mine.
Please let
Athena's acting is insane. I also wonder, delusional. He's just an infant. He's just a boy. Let him go, please. Let him go. Like, is it supposed to be, what sort of imminent threat does he pose that I cannot avoid?
Let him go.
It's just a baby. Let him go. I don't know if that's the same.
Oh, please, let him go.
No, but I feel like that's definitely, it's just a boy. Let him go. Maybe if it was sung, it's just a baby. Delusional question mark. I don't know. Delusional. Is that the, please don't make me do this, don't make me do this?
Please.
Obviously, there's only so many notes that exist. I feel like I should probably make that clear, guys. You know what I mean? Like, there's only so many notes that exist, so overlap is inevitable. However, during the baby scene, right, in the horse and the infant, there is the same sort of lullaby-esque situation, which is why I'm saying this. And then also, like, just the vibe of that, it may not be exactly the same. Let him go. Let me think about this. It's just a baby. It's just a boy. Let him go. It's just a boy. What sort of imminent threat does he pose? Maybe it's pose that is reminding me of go, that he cannot avoid. I'm also thinking of just a man, maybe. Let him go. Please let him go. Yes, probably. You guys said probably. But yeah, I don't know if it's exactly the same, but I think that this is supposed to be a reference to Horse and the Infant in terms of what Odysseus did. Like, please don't make me do this. There's the same pleading going on. I love that piano, though. That piano fucks so hard. It reminds me so much of Kingdom Hearts.
Please, let him go.
Yeah, I think that it's reminiscent. Could it also be if I was truly delusional? Hold on. One day you'll hear what I'm saying. One day you might understand. One day. Like, is it the vibes of pleading to Zeus, but is it somehow connected to My Goodbye? Because that's why Athena desperately wants to let him go because she regrets what happened in My Goodbye. Let him go. One day you'll hear what I'm saying. One day you might understand. One day, but not today, for after all, you're just a let him go. We'll need some fact-checking on that one. I'm not entirely sure of that one, to be honest with you guys. I think it's reminiscent. I don't think it's necessarily the same as, like, a leitmotif that we've heard already, unless somebody knows better than me in terms of the notes, because, you know, contrary to popular opinion, I don't actually have, like, encyclopedic knowledge of, like, the score, like, you know what I mean, of the entire score. Like, let him go, please. I'm just trying to get home. Maybe home is go if you put it up the octave. But yeah, the instrumentals don't exactly work, but it's like the vibes. We'll have to investigate the vibes at a later date, you know? I'm sure that the Discord server is already working on it. This is my goodbye. I wonder if bye could maybe be the same note as go, I don't know. At this point, we're just, like, making shit up. It's the making shit up part of the live stream. Because we don't have, like, a perfect, yeah, I guess it could be just we start in the same place, but one of them rise instead of fall, because just a man, like, oh my god, just a man goes down, but let him go goes up. So it could be that that's the thing. It's not exactly the same. It's like one has an opt up and then the other one has the opt down. It could be that. It could be that. But okay, so I think it's like a mashup of just a man and then like just a boy or something. Like I think that that's it. I think that we're right. So after 4 hours, okay, I'm not that surprised though, because this one has an extra song. What do we think? What are the vibes? Obviously there's stuff I haven't found yet, but just like I say every time we stream, obviously at some point every single song will get their own video, I hope, unless I die. Again, I don't think that Athena actually died. If you guys were here earlier in the stream, what I said was I think that she just, like, she died to, oh my god, for Zeus to almost teach her a lesson and like to see if she was actually willing to die for him. I feel like that all the other gods are gonna be like, well, wait a minute, okay? We all want him to be resurrected because it'll be more fun. Why are you fucking with our fun, Zeus? So I think that the other gods will rebel. I think that this was supposed to be that Athena, it's supposed to represent that how much Athena believes in Odysseus, that she would die for him. I think that that's the secret here, or that's going to be the reveal. It doesn't mean that the death has no purpose. I don't think that the death has, I don't think it was for shock value. I think that the death was supposed to represent how much she cares about him, and that was the ultimate sacrifice, but they will bring her back, right? That's my interpretation. Because if Zeus can kill Athena, what's stopping Zeus from killing any of them? So I think that, as I said, my first idea is like the other gods of Olympus are like, no, what the fuck, that's not fair. My other like kind of crack theory is that we are going to get Hades and Hermes, right? And so they, if Zeus can destroy life, Hades can also create it, and so it kind of becomes like a god's, like the god of light and darkness in Ruby, whereas the god of darkness doesn't just have dominion over destroying things, and so if Athena is dead, Hades could bring her back to life because fuck you, brother, like what the fuck are you doing, right? And so I think that that's my crack theory, is that Hades and Hermes will be brought into this, because Hermes is dangerous, right? So somebody sent him. I don't know if it was Zeus that sent him, but yeah, I know that the other gods can't fight Zeus, but I think that they could be like mad. I think they could be mad enough to have beef with him. You know, like I think that they could try to exert their authority as a collective. They can't fight Zeus alone, but if they all work together. I'm wondering if we have time. I mean, I think that Athena will just sort of be like hospitalized. I think that in the next saga, it'll open with the idea that like Zeus sends Hermes to go collect Odysseus, and that Hermes is like, oh, Athena's fine, she's just resting, right? Because Zeus kind of did a number on her. I know that Hades doesn't show up in the original, but that's why I said it's a crack theory, like let a girl dream. I think that Hermes, though, indicates something, because he is the messenger of death, and he was, you know, kind of, and he was, like, involved before. So I feel like that, I don't think that Zeus is gonna be like, man, I killed my own daughter, I guess I changed my mind, and I'll send Hermes to go help Odysseus. I think it was like, wow, my daughter is serious about this, so fucking fine. And I think that the other gods would have a big problem with him just killing people. So, I think that, like, Zeus will just, like, I think the other gods, like, how this could, you know, work in terms of the time that we have is for the next saga to start, like, with the other gods, or, like, even Hermes being like, so, yeah, this is what happened, like, Zeus, attacked Athena, and the other gods weren't okay with that, and so that's why we're there, right? So, I think that maybe that's the thing. Zeus he made the game, but he doesn't want to lose. He thought she would fail. So it was basically just like a trick, you know? So I think that he didn't permanently kill her. I guess the third theory is that Zeus just was testing Athena and she passed. But that's what I thought happened at the and a Thunderbringer, and I was wrong, so I won't let myself get gaslit again. Like, I thought that Zeus was gonna be like, haha, I won't really kill your men, but now your men know that you're willing to kill them, so good luck with that. Like, I thought that Zeus was gonna do that, so for him to do that with Athena, I won't let myself be gaslit. I think that the other gods are gonna, like, pressure him. I think that the other gods are gonna be like, no, what the fuck, right? And the way that they can explain that without getting into some big thing is that when Hermes goes to see Odysseus, Hermes can be like, so Athena tried to come get you, but she's kind of in a rough situation right now. But the gods, like, we kind of all banded together to be like, Zeus, nah, please don't murder people, right? And so I can see, like, Hermes giving a very brief explanation about what happened to Athena and why she's not around right now. So that's kind of how I see things happening. I don't think that any of the other gods would be cool with them just killing each other. Also, yeah, Calypso said gods can't die. So I think that that was a very explicit line that Jorge put in there in order to be like, yeah, I said that gods can't die and I meant it. You know, as much as we think that maybe Calypso is not acting on good authority and good information because she was strapped to an island, I kind of see that as like the storyteller thing of avoiding like a retcon, right? Because he can point at it and be like, well, they said the gods can't die all along, so it's not a retcon. You guys knew all along that the gods can't die. Calypso said so. Like, that's a very, I don't want to say transparent, like that's a bad thing, but that's a very common like storytelling thing to do, you know? So I think, yeah, I don't think, Oprah, that all the gods can, like, square up and fight Zeus, right? Hermes doesn't mention Athena to Odysseus since, we've heard it. I mean, maybe it's not there, maybe it's, like, in the bridge, because they wouldn't want to reveal this, right? So I think that, like, it's secretly and dangerous somehow, maybe. Or, like, the explanation otherwise makes its way through the narrative, because I don't think that she's dead. Because I'm pretty sure she comes to help later, at least in my mind. Or it could have been that he was fucking with you guys. Like, he could have released something with the wrong lyrics on purpose. You know what I mean? So, to hide the secret of, like, he could have done that to hide the secret of Athena dying. Like, you know what I mean? Or not dying, but Athena, I mean, I guess, like, Athena dying. It could have been an intentional choice to try to hide, Dangerous. Maybe Dangerous has some placeholder lyrics. Yeah, I'm looking at Dangerous and I'm like, where are the clues? I don't know. Because we repeat the chorus twice in the segment that we have heard. We haven't heard anything yet, right? And so I feel like that, yeah, she's definitely gonna show up towards the end, but I feel like there could definitely be a bridge for Hermes being like, what? Like, it's so dangerous because, you know what I mean? Or something, I don't know. Yeah, it's a little bit dangerous, my friend, right? And so, like, he repeats that twice. At least on the Genius page, it repeats twice. So, like, there could be, I think so. I think it repeats twice. So, I think that, like, they could do a lyric change, a sneaky little lyric change or something. But yeah, so I guess how we'll end the stream is what I think. This is my favorite saga because of Athena. Athena is carrying literally everything right now. However, I have to separate my love for Athena and try to look at this a little bit objectively. I don't know if this is the best saga musically. I feel like that Thunderbringer was a bit more concrete. I feel like that things are kind of missing from this one. Like, I feel like I said before and earlier in the stream, I feel like that Legendary is missing a little something, as I explained. I think Little Wolf is okay. I don't think that that's missing anything. I think that Will Be Fine is also missing a little something. I think Love in Paradise is fine as it is. And then God Games is missing the stuff that we talked about with Ares and, like, all of that stuff. So, it's hard because I'm like, yes, this is my favorite saga because Athena was here. But if Athena was not here, how would I quantify this? I think that there's, like, more... I don't want to say mistakes because that's not very nice. But, like, things that I would believe are worth investigating for the team to fix at a later point. Because, like, this is a concept album, right? And so that's what I always say with the epic is, like, when we talk about something like Disney's Wish, I'm like, this is so terrible, what the fuck were they thinking? But, like, this is a concept album, right? And so I don't feel that way about this, especially because, like, I'm okay with being mean to Wish. I don't think that the epic deserves that level of scrutiny. But, like, with the epic, I think about it more as, this is a concept, so how do we improve on the concept and the ideas presented to be even stronger when this goes to the stage? And so in that regard, I think that Legendary should be shifted around a bit, as I said. I think it could use a verse about Telemachus' angst about not knowing his father and how can he be a good man if he doesn't know how to be a man because your father's the one that teaches you how to be a man, right? I think that Will Be Fine also needs a little something, but I think God Games is the one where I'm like, this is the song I was most hyped for, and I think it did deliver mostly, but that Aries part, I'm like a little disappointed. So I guess that's where it all stands for me. Now, obviously, the other thing is that I need to listen to it with better headphones, and so it's fully possible that there's something musically I haven't noticed yet because I'm not listening in like the best most high quality way, and so I'll have to listen later on and see if I maybe missed something. But yeah, I think that, like, I don't know, it's kind of hard to quantify. The only other time I felt like this was with the Troy Saga, in terms of like, oh, I think that this could use another pass, right? Especially with some of the Warrior of the Mind lyrics, like I talked about of the Warrior of the Mind video. I think that this is the one where I'm most like, I think that this could have used a couple more passes, you know? Like, I think that this could have used, Legendary needed a second pass, God Games, I think, needed an adjustment for Aries. And then Will Be Fine, it's like, short songs are also okay, and so that's just sort of that's a more subjective thing, but I think that Legendary and God Games, that's like something that I would like plant my hill on and die, you know, for Legendary, giving a bit more and changing the course, probably, and like changing some of the structure of that, because I do like, again, that Disney Princess I Want song, but I think that there are some issues where it doesn't quite hit the thesis. And so, like, that's kind of the same with Warrior of the Mind. It's like, we're so close, and we're so close it almost hurts, right? And so, I think that changing certain things would be interesting, but yeah. I don't know. I think they'll probably take some of that feedback. I mean, I think that they take feedback all the time, basically. Like, I you know, what people say in mind. So I'm not saying that they'll listen to me specifically, but I do think that, like, this is basically a test run, right? Like, we are the biggest test audience for a musical ever, right? And so I do imagine that by the time this goes to Broadway or stage or in the many facets that it ends up appearing, I do imagine that things will change, especially because with stuff like a specific performer's performance, that is going to change depending on who's cast, right? And as much as I'm sure that they would like to keep the cast that they have, I'm assuming for some characters it will change, and then based on that, instrumentation may change. And so these are things that are not, like, Epic is not a movie where this is kind of stuck in, like, if forever. Like, this is not necessarily set in stone. And so that's what I always say with the Epic, is that I'm a little less, I'm not less critical, but I am less harsh, because I know that these are things that could be improved upon and that they could change later, basically, is what I'm saying. Whereas with something like Wish, the movie we got is the movie that it is, and, like, that's the only thing that it is. What I like about the Epic is that we can actually think about it and kind of contribute feedback, in a sense, right? And again, that's not to inflate my own opinion. I don't think Jorge's, like, listening to this video and he's taking notes or something, but even just the idea that you can crowdsource an opinion or many opinions or a bunch of feedback like this is very interesting to me. So in terms of, like, I don't know, in terms of my favorite song, it's really hard because Legendary has problems with it, but that's probably my favorite just because I like the Disney princess aspect of it all. But yeah, I think Little Wolf is the best written, probably. I think that Little Wolf is the best written, but Legendary might be my favorite. And I do like the vocal things that Athena does just everywhere, right? And so I think it's hard, like, there's not really a standout favorite for me here, whereas with the last one, Thunderbringer was definitely my favorite. So I think that's it. I mean, obviously, I'm gonna listen to all of them all the time, because I don't really listen and just replay one song other than Warrior of the Mind. I'll replay a lot. Like, I look at all of them, like, in succession. I probably listen to the entire thing, like, once a day, right? And so they're not really songs that, like, oh, well, one is a breakout, and, like, I'll play that on repeat all the time. Like, I kind of just listen to them all together, and so I think that that'll probably still continue to happen. But yeah. And you guys are right, like, Jorge's enthusiasm definitely amplifies things in terms of, like, he's as hyped about the creation of Epic as we are listening to it. And yeah, I really enjoy that. And I enjoy the behind the scenes. I don't know, let me think about how I should say this. I have heard some people say that he reveals too much information, and that those people think that it comes from a place of the artist not wanting their work to be interpreted. I really disagree with that. I don't think that that's true. I think that he is just giving his knowledge to the people that are asking, because I am asking. It won't change what I think about something. I just want to know. Like, it doesn't change what I think about, you know, like, God games if we find out that Telemachus is Lullaby and, like, Athena's doing the motif of, like, just a man or something. Like, it doesn't change my opinion. I just want to know things. And so I think that some people have taken how much Jorge talks about his own work the wrong way. I don't take it that way. I find it very interesting. I want to dissect your brain. I want to know everything. I want to know the stuff, like in the Siren song, like the vowel starting and ending stuff. I love that shit. So I don't see it as, like, I need to clarify. Right? Like, I don't think that that's what he's doing. Like, I need to set the record straight. It's more to satiate people's curiosity, because as a aspiring, you know, songwriter and stuff, I am curious. I want to know. So many people aren't open about their process. I want to know the process. I don't think it comes from a place of being afraid of being misinterpreted at all. I think it just comes from people are curious about this thing, so here's the technique that I used, you know? But yeah, so that's just my thought about it. You know, I've seen that sentiment a little bit. I appreciate the openness, you know? And, like, I'll still have my different interpretation. It doesn't take, like, you won't take my interpretation away from me. Even if Jorge was like, Odysseus was not brainwashed on Calypso's island or whatever, like, I'm gonna be like, well, I still think so. You know, like, I think Odysseus woke up from nightmares every night and Calypso had to, like, convince him to come back. Like, I'll still think that sort of thing, right? And so I think that I think the worry is that if people hear word of God from the creator, they will shut down their own artistic spirit and their own ability to interpret. And I do understand that fear. However, I don't think that that means the artist should stop talking about their work. I think that that means that people have to be confident in their own interpretations, even if it's not the right one, right? And so I understand, basically. I understand what those people are saying when they're sort of wary of that or, like, afraid, I guess, of, like, what that does to media literacy if people seek out the creator for the answers all the time. But I think that that's more on the people seeking out the answers and why. Like, you know what I mean? I don't do it because I need reassurance. I want to know. Like, I just have questions I want answered. Like, I'm pretty sure about most of the stuff I said in the stream in terms of the motifs. I'm not, like, anxious about it, so I need his confirmation. I just want to ask. Like, I would love to know, right? And so, yeah, so that's just kind of what I think, right? I will still be, like, pretty sure, but I like to hear people talk about their work like that, I guess is what I'm saying. So that's a very weird note to end things off, but I was thinking about that recently. I don't really see it as, like, you know, a look how genius I am, or like, oh, well, I need to tell you the right way to think about it or something. Like, I'm just more curious than having a need for, like, validation, but I understand that, especially with a young fan base, I guess people are just worried about, like, that every question is a need for validation and assurance, and people aren't sure of their own interpretations anymore. But, like, the epic itself is not not causing that. That's just like a widespread issue with media literacy, like across the board right now, you know what I mean? Like, people have always been anxious about their interpretations of stuff that is subjective, and that's why some people hate English, like in terms of English literature, like the class. People hate English class because there is no right answer, right? You have to argue for your best interpretation, and that's why some people hate it, because some people, especially math people and science people, they want the correct answer. Well, what's the right answer? I want to write down the right answer on the test, right? And so I think that that's kind of where that comes from, but that has always existed, right? That is not just something that has recently started to happen. People that don't like the idea of being wrong have always felt that way about English and stuff that's a bit more like a subjective opinion, basically. So that's my take on it anyway. As someone who really likes English and likes subjective things and all that stuff, maybe the anxiety has been heightened, and maybe it's that now we can get the answers for our favorite, or from our favorite content creators, and so now it's easier than ever to know the answer instead of like digging up like F. Scott Fitzgerald and asking him about The Great Gatsby or something. But that anxiety has always existed. That is always something that has happened to people, that they are afraid of being wrong, and so they don't want a subjective take, right? And that's why, again, English haters and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, I agree with you guys. Sorry, I went off on a little bit of a tangent, but I don't know, I think that's a good place to end the stream, because I feel like that with Calypso's behavior, that could be like the new fandom discourse or something. But like, I think that everybody is valid, like, unless you say that she's in the right, which obviously she's not. Like, you know what I mean? Unless you're like, oh, Calypso did nothing wrong, when she obviously did. But I think that, like, Calypso discourse, I could see that happening, where people are like, she's a monster, and then other people have a bit more of a sympathetic take of, like, she is, like, kind of a captor in this situation, but she's also a victim, and it's like, well, then you're excusing her behavior, right? Like, I could see brand new fandom discourse occurring because of Calypso, but at the end of the day, no one is wrong. Unless you're saying that, girl boss do crimes, or like, what is it, gaslight, gatekeep girl boss or whatever. Unless you're like, oh, she did nothing wrong in her entire life and Odysseus deserves it or something, which is ridiculous. Yeah, that would be a stupid thing to say. Unless you're like going that hard, I don't think that there's anything wrong with like Calypso is a monster and like irredeemable, and then also like Calypso is a victim in her own right, and like the gods are really at fault. I think that these are takes that can probably coexist with each other, and no one is wrong, because those are both things that you feel. You know what I mean? It's not like she's a real person that can be brought to any sort of justice. So it's about what the narrative, the point that the narrative wants to make. I do think that what they're going to do in the story is that she is also a victim of the gods, and that is what unites her and Odysseus, is that they're not bad people, but they're people that did bad things because of the gods, and that's gonna be like the point. But we'll see. We'll see, you know? But yeah, get ready for Yandere Calypso, basically. But yeah, I think that's where I'm ending off here. Thank you, everyone, for joining, and thank you for, again, the Epic team for giving me, like, permission, basically. I had to contact them before I streamed because I was so scared something would happen. The stream may go down after I'm done here. Like, it may go down for, like a couple minutes, because I want to cut out the beginning, and I want to cut out, like, my bathroom break, so it may be a little funky, like, funky fuckity-wuckity or something, but, I will, I hope that everything will be okay. And I'm glad that the stream did not get nuked by YouTube. So I hope you enjoyed. I hope you guys had fun. If you guys want to talk to me about anything, please leave a comment. I probably should have said that first. But yeah, I appreciate everyone joining in for the stream. These streams do make me really happy. So I'm glad. And I will see you next time. Maybe I might do some singing streams a bit more regularly. But like, we'll talk about that another day. But you guys will see me in a video, hopefully, really soon. So I'll see you next time. Bye! Oh, what's happening? Bye!